Hey everybody, it's the last Robokai here. I forget if this game actually had music when you loaded it up or not. I usually let things sit for like 30 seconds, but I'm just like, yes, 30 seconds of dead air. Everyone will love that. We're going to be doing a bit of a chill stream today. Nothing particularly exciting. We're just gonna clean in some vehicles for Warhammer 40,000. I was very excited when they put this DLC out because I play way too much of this game, as you can probably tell. I've I play way too much of this game. I have put far too much money into a game about spraying water on things and cleaning them. And so we've got the Warhammer 40,000 stuff, and we get to, as it says here, perform cleaning rites as a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Filth is temporary, honor is forever. And we basically just get to start with cleaning, and it looks like some of these things are going to be relatively to scale, so this is gonna... we probably won't clean everything today. Let's take a look here. The first thing we gotta do is we gotta clean a land raider. We're on Mars, by the way. We're at the Forge Temple, Ring of Iron on Mars. So, okay. So let's get our intro going. It's a little odd, like not hearing a music. If there's no music sort of pops in at the start here, I might have to like boot up an MP3 player and like just like pull out all like the Dawn of War music tracks. But we'll see. Yes, they legitimately added 40k vehicles into Power Sim of all things. There's like a Land Raider, a Dreadnought, a Rogel Dawn tank, a Thunderhawk, and there might be and an Imperial Knight. So there's like 5 vehicles to clean. So let's see if there's no music when we get in. I'll probably like play some music because I don't know why this game is so silent right now. I could have sworn there was music. So blessing of the machine rite initiated. Tech priest, I am your superior. I can't do the Mechanicus voice. Magos Pertinax Pius. It is to be your sacred duty to cleanse the Imperium's illustrious machines, to appease their machine spirit and remove any lingering befoulments. To this end, you are to be stationed at Forge Temple 48759 under the supervision of Engine Seer Tyros 656 and allocated and marked to Aqua Sanctica Arquebus. Order. Your first assignment, a mighty Ultramarines Land Raider of the Adeptus Astartes, awaits your attention. Whilst I remain skeptical that a relative novice such as yourself should perform rites on such a venerable vehicle, I remind of the words of Archmagos Fulcanellus. The iron once forged becomes the sword. Let us hope that this applies to you. Yeah, so we've got our own unique... Did you know Lionel Johnson came back last edition? Yeah, I was going to talk about that if we get to the Dark Angels stuff. It's interesting that he is back, and that he can just like teleport via a mindscape. It's kind of weird. I sort of read about that. Captain Diomedes reminds me of Mr. Clean, and now I can't unsee it. We're actually like we're a little Mechanicus boy here, which is kind of fun. So let's see. Okay, so there's like a little bit of ambience here. We'll let the ambience sit for a little bit, and then if it still feels too oh, look at the little step stool they've got. This is so cute. So those unfamiliar with PowerWash Simulator, it's not that difficult of a game. You just get to... Is this the... Oh my god, this is the scaffolding. This is fucking amazing. Gosh, look at all that. Look at all that detail. I can't go out there. Can I? I can go out here? I guess we'll be cleaning other stuff around here as well. Oh yeah, I feel like these will be other locations where we'll be cleaning vehicles. So... We basically... It has a quirky story about like this town where everything's filthy. There's a guy trying to conduct illicit uh, illicit mining operations, and just a whole lot of really like ancient peoples, and just all sorts of really stuff. Oh, this thing's been fighting orcs, hasn't it? There's either orcs or Tyranids. I'm sure they'll tell us. And yeah, you just relax and you just spray things. And we do have a power washer. It's the only one we've got for this one. You sometimes have more. We've got... I love this, it's like little gun stuff. We can lengthen the nozzle so the water goes further, and then we've got different nozzles that do different stuff, including this one, which we can put different cleaning liquids in. So say we want to clean the headlights, we put the glass cleaning liquid in, and we spray it. But we don't actually have any, so there's no point in that. So we've got the weird swivel, the spray, kind of a wide one, and you can sort of tilt turn it, and like it just gets narrower and narrower till it's that. Okay. Subdivision the vehicle schematic has been sent to your optic systems. I haven't started yet. I must have accidentally hit something. They in the game people talk to you every so often, so. Work systematically through localized contaminants. Where do you reckon we should start, eh? It's definitely to scale. Which, gets me a little worried. Wait, was there a prompt there, or was that the scaffolding? Yeah, it was the scaffolding. Proposition. Analysis of detritus may provide vital data on adversarial capabilities. Alright, well. Yeah, we've actually got, sorry, all dirt compositions will be screened and logged. Okay. Yeah, we actually play as a Mechanicus. We've got a custom skin for this, and it'll show it once I finish cleaning, so let's just get, get this started. Doing a little bit of saving here. So as you can see, it tracks the degree of cleaning you've got in this game. You can also, I think, check it from here, see how many different parts there are, and each one gets you money. The bigger the part, the more you get. And yeah, so there's the finer the mist you're doing, the easier it is to clean. But sometimes you need to get wider. Honestly, the wider ones take so long, I very rarely do it. And you can just sort of, you sort of start to see that we're making this hideous outer armor look far better. There'll be lots of nooks and crannies in this. Gosh. Those sweet, sweet Ultramarines. I'm going to fully admit here something right now. I don't know how to properly pronounce the name of the Primarch of the Ultramarines. I don't know if it's like the correct pronunciation at all. I don't know if it's Guilliman or Gulliman. I don't know how to pronounce his first name. Like, is it Robot or Robot? And people will tell me, and I will probably forget. Robot Girly Man does seem to be a fairly common nickname for him, so. Although I have seen a lot of people pairing him up with, Robot Girly Man is his name according to chat. So we, it's so weird that there's no, music. I don't think I turned the music off. I don't remember if there is music in this game. I feel like there is, and I feel like something's happened and I've accidentally turned it off while I was listening to something else and doing something else, and it doesn't work anymore. Because the volume did appear to be on. Also, you can just press this button and it shows all the dirt. So, if we want to get even in closer, we can just use the extra long. But it does narrow your angle a little bit. These wonderful las cannons. Yeah, so we'll do this for a little bit. We'll do this for a little bit, and then I will probably just slap in all these Warhammer 40,000, perhaps even some other ones as well, musical tracks. That will probably get us copyright claimed by for the Dawn of War 2 ones at least. But you know what? I don't make money off these. I'm just gonna go back to this one because it's a wider spray. You can sort of see you have to attack the dirt from different angles every time to get everything. Once you get an approximate number, it's cool. But it'll eventually just go, yeah, that's enough. But this boy is a big boy. This is gonna take a while for us to actually even get the first ding of progress because I've decided to do the side first. So yeah, the good old Ultramarines sent it out of Ultramar. We know them well. We know them very well because they are the front-facing design for Space Marines, much to the chagrin of literally everybody else. I never got the hate. I've always said that. It's someone's got to be the front-facing guy, and it's just if your favorite chapter was the front-facing guy, everyone would hate them, and you probably wouldn't like it much either because of it. And I've always kind of liked the Ultramarine lore. I kind of liked the way they started out. Oh, we got the track armor hatch cleaned. Yeah, we're not just purifying these vehicles. We're going to analyze the dirt as well. Apparently, well, not us. We're just removing the dirt. We're being disrespectful to the dirt in the name of the Omnissiah. They're probably going to get a biologist to do that. I'm just like, I'm a novice. I'm just here for I'm just here to pull the muck off. Wonderful blue. Wonderful ultramarine blue. I'm gonna need my... Ooh, oh, wrong button. Hold on a second. There we go. Got my little step assistant. That's a really great attention to detail. I hadn't even thought about how they were going to redesign everything, because they didn't change things too much for the SpongeBob DLC. Which is a sentence. It's like, I wasn't sure what they were going to do for Warhammer 40k's DLC, because I wasn't sure what they, because, like, they didn't change too much for the SpongeBob DLC. Wherein you help the cast of SpongeBob SquarePants clean up a mess made by a very large piece of dirt. And visit all of the weird, like, sort of memes and in-jokes from the series. Like Patrick's license. I'm not going to be very thorough on this. I'm probably like the least efficient of cleaners. I just basically just wander around and just wiggle the mouse around a bit. There we go. Get inside. Get this up here inside the last cannons. This is it's beautiful. You know, Rowboat Gullyman is one of the more fortunate of the Primarchs. I'm basically just going to, like, spit ultramarine facts as I do this, and then I'll put the music on once we sort of, like, finish one side. He was like the guy that kind of landed in the least horrible place, I think. You know, there was, like, people that actually knew how they were managing stuff. They were, you know, they were educated. They were intelligent. I think they kept slaves, maybe. I don't know. I actually don't remember that part. So, you know, they were proto-Romans. Proto-Romans? Can you really call them proto-Romans when, like, the Romans came first? I don't think so. They were Romans. And like the Romans, they had an empire through conquest. And they also had, like, multiple people running the show so that power wasn't consolidated too much in one position. And that went about as well as it went for when Rome tried that, in that it didn't. Although Rome did it. See, that's the cleaning ding. That's the you just cleaned the thing ding. And so young baby Rowboat Girly Man was trans-teleported by, I don't even know, like, the best way to put it, because, like, there's, like, a few variations of it now. Like, I'm gonna need my scaffolding. But they were scattered to the four winds, the Primarch babies. It's like Chaos did it, but it's like I've seen sorts of, like, funny things said about how they went about it. Regardless, they got sent into space, and they all landed different places. And for most of them, existence sucked a lot. Okay, so that hatch sigil, that was the thing that dinged earlier, and it was really awful. But you know, Gulliman ended up in the fatherly hands of one of the leaders of the region, and so was, you know, green goop. It's usually Nurgle. Okay, so complete your work, Tech Priest. Okay, get a little passive aggressive on me here. I'm doing it. They'll chime in every sort of percentage. No residue from the redacted okay, so it was probably Nurgle. Profane of redacted identity, unconfirmed, can be allowed to linger on the Ultramarines Land Raider. Yeah, that's gotta be that's gotta be Nurgle. Nurgle did the big poopy on our Land Raider. It looks like it drove through Nurgle's ass. Could have. Okay, we've cleaned the sponson, but I still feel like we've got some dirt. Sometimes it can get a little nooking and cranny. This isn't heresy, you're heresy. Yeah, the armor is still filthy. Let me just get in there. Get in there and give it a good clean. There we go. And so, you know, like all Primarchs, he grew up fast, he learned well, and ultimately he, you know, he never got a chance to sort of, you know, take his father's place in the running the thing, because the other guy basically betrayed everybody and tried to usurp power for himself because, you know, Roman accurate. And, did he really learn well? Well, I mean, he learned what there was to learn from there, and he got his way of looking at the world from that, for good or for ill. He is the guy sort of alive and stressfully trying to run the Imperium as it currently is now. Good luck to him. I wouldn't do it. Someone asked me to do it, I'd be like, nah, make the girly man do it. And then he'd find out I called him girly man and probably like beat me to death. So yeah, we've got one side looking good. Not completely, obviously. So let's just keep on going. The outer track armor. Certainly a lot of grime and gunk, thanks to the foul demons of Nurgle. I do kind of wish there was an easier way to like set that off, but this is the easiest way to sort of get in the dirt from this angle. Cool. So it does narrow it a bit. Because the water, you can't get up, like the water loses effectiveness. Like trying to spray that one over there, you can kind of see it's alright, but if I try to do like that end from here, just don't hit. Whereas if I pull this out and do this, see, I can hit it. How much did it cost to ship this Land Raider to Mars all the way from McGrug? Well, it might not have been. It might have been somewhere closer by. You don't know that. They didn't exactly say where it was because that's all redacted. Like we're not supposed to ask questions. Like asking questions is forbidden. And so, you know, Rowboat Girly Man, he sorted things out. He took the traitor to justice, and you know, everything was sort of turned into turmoil a little, but then he, you know, the Emperor turned up as he did, and, you know, the Primarch was reintroduced to his Ultramarines and was like, dude, I love warfare. Let me show you guys everything I've learned about warfare. And everyone was like, well, okay, and then he just kept telling everybody how much he was good at warfare. And a lot of people got sick of it. But he was still really good at it. And the Ultramarines were definitely favored as a result. Because, you know, when you're good at warfare and you're able to figure things out, you get more victories, you get deployed to more areas, you look way more efficient, and this efficiency ended up helping push the Ultramarines out of the area, so they weren't really ready for when Horus kicked shit off. And I think the more recent canon, which I haven't read for those Horus Heresy novels, was that basically like the storms got really bad, so for a time they were cut off from the Imperium and didn't know what was happening. So like the Ultramarines and some of the other Primarchs kind of tried to found a staging empire, just in case like the existing one was like gone, because they didn't know. Well, but went about as well as could be expected with all the Primarchs that were being involved, which I think was like Lionel Johnson and so forth. I think they wanted to have Sanguinius run the show. Fun fact, Manius Augustus Calgar is not the chapter master's real name. He basically committed identity theft. Okay, this is a new one on me. Explain to me what you're talking about. Are you saying Manius Calgar isn't Manius Calgar? He's actually somebody else pretending to be him? It's been a hot minute since I've been able to join a Time War stream, but I hope it's okay if I ask. Have you and Cook I consider doing a Stellaris run with the God Emperor origin? I feel like that would be up y'all's alley. Cool Guy's probably the best person to ask about that, because like there was a time when like, and he and Soul in particular were like just deep dived into Stellaris with like no sign of them coming up for oxygen, whereas I'm sort of not really that good at Stellaris. Read his comic. Okay. Is it like a relatively recent comic, or is it like older? Because I'm gonna straight up admit I don't know. Is it like an official comic? Yeah, cool guys chiming in now. He has He hasn't played Stellaris in ages. Like, when I play Stellaris, I have this pre-generated little race of, like, sentient robots I called the Oops, I Forgot to Do QA people. And, okay, so they've done a recent update that lets people play in the same empire? Well, that's actually kind of cool. We should probably look into doing that then, though that would involve buying DLC. I'm guessing the rest of the track's at the front. I'll keep working my way around. I'm just gonna get this side done, and then I'm gonna go bust open the MP3 player, I think. Because this is... Oh, okay, so only the host has to get the DLC? Well, that's good. The less I have to pay money for at the moment, the better. So I'm still currently getting the home loan stuff sorted out. Sort of waiting on some more documents to be, like, scanned in for me so that I can send it off to the broker. So, because everything's hopefully getting finalized in the next 4 weeks. Which is kind of terrifying. It's all very scary. Marvel has a comic that explains Calgar's... Marvel has a comic that explains Calgar's origins. God, I've been out of the loop. Marvel doing 40k comics now? Very much confused. I love that though. Identity theft. Not that it really matters at this point. The biggest issue with that, with the God Emperor run, is it locks you into the Fanatic Purifier governance. Why am I like? I mean, yeah, like you say, issue is in quotation marks there, because it's like if you weren't playing that way while being the God Emperor of mankind, I feel like you're kind of like play literally anything else. It's a pretty difficulty to play on. Okay. Yeah, so the Robo Gully Man definitely tried to make like another empire. Interestingly enough, that's not the first time that's kind of happened. There's like, I don't know if they've ever expanded on it, but like ages back they had like a timeline of events in the Imperium to sort of explain why the Horus Heresy wasn't the only thing that kind of broke the Imperium and turned it into the way it is today. You know, in the lore today, I should say. And there was like this issue with like the two empires, the two Imperiums. But I've never really read anything about that, just that it was a thing that happened. And I assume somebody else cottoned onto Girly Man's thing. I don't know. It's all a little strange to me. Got any more? Up there. And okay, so all the engine pipes are clean. That's good. It's kind of nice when you can get lots of things done here. Yep, there we go. The engine vent. The Dark Imperium is a side effect of post maledictum. Was it the Dark Imperium? I don't know. Like, there's like a lot. There's like a lot of incidences that they've got sort of up their sleeve that they haven't done anything with. I know they did the Beast stuff, and the Beast stuff was kind of a bit... a bit oops, we went a little too dark and edgy. Though I do like the whole thing about, like, Vulcan coming back and then, like, vanishing again. Dude can't stop getting in fights. I'm gonna need my scaffolding for this. Might even need to like make it a bit closer. I know there's gonna be some people who are very good at this game who are gonna be like, man, this guy's power washing technique be trash. I'm just like, my oops I forgot to do QA thing was just that, you know, it was the idea that somebody made a legion of robots, didn't didn't test how they functioned to save time and money, and they wiped out everybody that they wiped out their own creators by accident. That's the backstory for my Stellaris people. The oops, we forgot to do QA. Wait, do you hear about Cole and the Silent King having a doomsday weapon battle? I did sort of hear that, because, ever so... Oh, hold on. To augment ritual fervor, a brief account of the Land Raid's recent deployment will be forthcoming. Okay, cool. We're getting Land Raider facts, everybody. Or at least this Land Raider's facts. Just gonna... It's not heresy, you're heresy. So, I get a lot of, lore video recommends to me, but I tend to just, not watch those. Sorry, people who do videos talking about the current lore and stuff like that, but it's just I can read a wiki page faster than you can explain to me these things, and I tend to just want to, know what's going on and get through it. And I know the YouTube videos aren't really tuned to that kind of impatience. It's not you, it's me. Bets on the entire thing being redacted. That would be, I mean, that would be on point. We definitely probably won't hear about, who we fought or anything. So this is all top armor. And we've got a grill. We've got to wash the grill. Clean that grill. There we go. How are we doing on that? Okay. You know, like I said, once you get an approximately large amount enough of it done, the game's like, okay, that's good enough. You've cleaned the beast, and it will complete that spot. Okay, let's take a moment to just Alt-Tab out of the game and maybe go into Winamp. I still have Winamp, but I've never updated it. It keeps asking me to update Winamp, and I'm like, no. It's from 100 years ago, back when it was vaporware, and I think someone picked it up. I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Let's see. Okay, that's good. We got that. Let's add that one. Let's just turn the volume down so you guys don't get your shit blasted by it. Get some Chaos Gate up here. I'm just looking for the other things as well. Get that in. Sure, I've got the Dawn of War soundtrack in here somewhere. Yeah, I've booted up the Chaos Gate soundtrack. I'm just trying to find my Dawn of War stuff, but I know I have it. I just don't know where it is. Might just have to stick with this. Weird. Oh no, I got it in there. Okay, that's cool. Sweet. I'll just run it through there. Alright, let's get back to it. Let me know if you need that music louder or quieter. it'll get funkier once we get to like Dawn of War 2 and things like that, but like, you know. I don't have it on shuffle, it's just gonna basically run through Warhammer 40k music, then hit a couple of old Warhammer fantasy songs. I think it drove over. I think it drove through Nurgle. It drove through some Nurgle boys. I think the game is our superior, I should say, has said they might give us a little bit of detail about how this, you know, how this big beast of a machine got so filthy. Amazing things, Land Raiders. I'm eternally amused that they're not called Land Raiders because they raid over land. They're called Land Raiders because the guy who discovered them was named Land. Continues to be like my favorite stupid Warhammer fact. Yeah, it works much better with the music. Especially with it being ambient as heck. Like, this is good for, like, getting in the nooks and crannies. You hit him with the old wiggle beam. It kind of makes a weird woo-woo noise as you do it. Should it have been decontaminated after the battle? I believe they've taken it in so that they can recover the dirt samples from it, so that they can better understand things. Like, look, it's an excuse to hose down stuff. It's an excuse to hose down stuff. This is a non-canon event. Don't worry about it. They should bring out a sequel where you have to hose down a Great Unclean One, and then you've just got like the Great Clean One underneath, where it's just like a Great Unclean One, just like with just pink and naked. Because I'm pretty sure there's still a Total War Warhammer 3 mod out for the Great Unclean One, which basically just like removes all the filth, so it just looks like a giant fat naked man. Just called the Great Clean One. Man, I don't think there's like a hotkey for like switching through the ranged ones, unfortunately. Oh yeah, and the Great Unclean One also, doesn't. The Great Clean One also doesn't have the stomach thing hanging out, so he's just a regular. All the horns, I don't think either. He's just a regular bald fat man, you know, that's like several stories tall, I guess. He still does all the same attacks, including the gigantic poop that they do. I do kind of wish Nurgle didn't have like. Well, it doesn't suck to play. But, like, its starting location is, like, kind of really hard to get going on. It's kind of a bit of a pain in the butt. Oh, I might have Shuffle on after all, actually. Yeah, I must have had Shuffle on. Because this is a Dawn of War track, and I know I had, like, 10 Chaos Gate tracks in there, so I guess we shuffling. These ones are actually a little bit quieter. I should probably just crank them up a little bit. Yeah. It's probably one of these ones that's going to get me copyright striked on YouTube, but that's okay. Yeah, so our old friend Rowboat Girly Man survived the Horus Heresy, and unfortunately for him, did not survive later on meeting up with Fulgrim, who slashed his neck with a poison dagger. I think a general implication of the dagger these days is like they have those, because even the hold on a second, data recording pilot mission debrief. On our way to reinforce the fleet Secundus, we diverted to a distress signal from the planet withheld strategic Ostamir B785. Okay. Just as I start to talk lore, the game's just like, nah man, we gotta talk lore. Imperial forces stationed there claim they detect the presence of a restricted artifact H class before encountering the redacted heretical. So yes, the guess that this thing was going to be mostly redacted does appear to be correct. The value of a redacted classified item could be of extreme significance. Okay. Well, they were called to go somewhere to get something, and that the enemy were there. And indeed, isn't that good enough reason to just get going? I just remember, like, Chaos Gate had a really good storyline, insofar as you just played a severely depleted force of, like, Ultramarines that had, you know, it's kind of similar really to how they do it with the Grey Knights Chaos Gate game. Like, it's very much the same sort of premise. You've just come off like this massive conflict, and your dudes and your ammo and everything is kind of like in a dire need of being fixed up. But then, like, some chaos dude sends, like, a direct message and, like, you know, says your emperor is a big goofball and everyone thinks you smell bad. And the Ultramarines are like, well, we can't exactly turn a blind eye to that one, can we? And so you basically have to try and rebuild your forces and you know, scavenge on site and do all sorts of things to take these guys down. And of course, like, the Chaos guys didn't just do it for nothing. They kidnap one of your Space Marines, which gives you a lot more of a reason to stick around and fight things. It's pretty cool. It's a good game. I played the shit out of Chaos Gate. For the longest time, it was unplayable because it had a bug relating to, like, and this is so funny, but basically, for the longest time, you couldn't play it. I'm pretty sure the version you can get from GOG works. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell it. Basically, what would happen was, whenever you killed a Chaos Cultist, which is the first enemy in the game, if you killed one of them, their death animation would crash the game. Now, this only happened under newer operating systems for some reason. So, why any of this happened, I don't know. And by newer, I mean like Windows 95. Like, it was not good. It was very unfun to suddenly not be able to play that game anymore. Yeah, it wasn't, yeah. Like, a lot of the planets you went to had, had been used by Space Marines in the past, and so there was, like, you know, like, Forge Worlds and things like that, so there were relics that you could pick up. Like, there were a lot of, like, master-crafted, like, weapons that you could find. Some of them were obviously also being stolen by Chaos Space Marines at the time, so you were basically re-liberating them, sanctifying them, and putting them back into use. Well, at least the frame rate was like Bruce Wayne's parents in Crime Alley. Got me a refund, that line. That got me, like, the fastest refund of my life. I think the only other game that I've ever refunded simply because it would not play was Just Cause 4. That game would, like, crash during the tutorial, and I was just like, nah. Like, I love the Just Cause series, even if, like, Just Cause 3 really sort of demonstrated how they were sort of losing sight of where the game was going. Because when you look at Just Cause 1 and Just Cause 2, like, Just Cause 2 has a lot more of a fun energy about it, right? Just Cause 3 kind of wants to keep that energy, but at the same time also just kind of, and it's so weird to say this, but it just kind of wants to tell a serious story as well. Oh yeah, I learned about them turning off the multiplayer for Dungeon Siege 2 as well. That's insane to me. It's insane to me that people still play Dungeon Siege 2. But also insane to me that a developer went back to a game and turned off the multiplayer for it, seemingly out of nothing but spite. Turn off multiplayer, why? Yeah, see, that's the thing is I don't think you could ever actually get anyone to explain why they did it. Just that, like, Seth did a video of it, of hey Seth here fame, and he yeah, and he was just like, yeah, they shut it all down, and, you know, people figured out how to turn it back on again, so it was a completely wasted bit of corporate malfeasance. And yeah, the game is awful. As I say, like, it's the Dungeon Siege series is just one of those franchises where it's like you kind of wish they would like just let it go, because the first one was eh. The second one was like awful. Like the idea was to make a game that was light on story, heavy on action, and you sort of just ran from like one part of the universe to the other, just killing fantasy creatures. So, wondering about this. Yeah, the first game was okay, the second game was abominable. Obsidian made the third game, which is like still strange to me to this day. And it was eh. It was like Obsidian were trying. I could tell they were trying to make something out of this because they had bills to pay, I think. But it was just like this ain't a terribly exciting game, and you could tell their hearts weren't in it either. Oh, we're 75% done on a Land Raider and 40 minutes into the stream, so this is going well. If we manage to complete one of these every hour, we might even get the whole entire DLC done before dinner time. That was a joke. There's no way we're getting some of the later ones. Like, later on we've got a Thunderhawk gunship to clean. Like, just at an Imperial Knight. There is no way we're getting those guys cleaned in any sort of timely manner. Imperial Knight, dear God. It might be one of the smaller ones. Pilot, data recording pilot, arriving on withheld strategic or Stamir B785. We found ourselves overrun by redacted heretical. Okay, well at least we know it's chaos, so this is very much likely miracle. Boy, I hope they don't accidentally unredact anything. However, we were close enough to detect the presence of the restricted artifact H class. I like that you can just sort of do this when you write Warhammer 40,000 stuff, and I've done it myself as well. You can just, like, if you don't feel like writing something, you can just write gibberish about it, like... Fortunately, those before us were wise enough to encase it within a restricted technology X402. Like, you can just do that. You can just say, oh yeah, they had a Class F incident, and so they used the Exoframe 372 to confine it. It was clear we must return in greater numbers before the restricted artifact H class is damaged or lost to the redacted heretical. Like, for all we know, these guys found a coffee machine. And they were like, we need to return the coffee machine to the Mechanicus, because God knows we need the recaf. You know, like, and it's debrief complete. Oh, okay. So that wasn't even the incident, that was just the debriefing. So they're gonna... But yeah, like, you can't overly rely on it, because obviously, like, it's a little cheeky to do it, to like, to lean in heavy on the whole, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, like, psychobabble it kind of thing. But it's very on brand for Warhammer 40k, and you will get a lot of leeway on it. Like, people reading it will tolerate that, because most of the time it is played up for the laughs and, you know, irrelevant information. Clean these headlights. I don't have any headlight cleaning fluid, unfortunately. Man, they even got it in the bolt guns. The heavy bolters. Okay, so the Land Raider was discovered by Land. I don't remember what his rank was or anything. His name was just Land. He also discovered the STC, the standard template construction blueprints for the land speeder, and the skimmy technology. It's still like one of my favorite parts from Brothers of the Snake. It's just the Space Marine just telling this person who's never seen like skimmer technology before, anti-grav technology before, and he's like, you probably shouldn't come along here. You're gonna get like culture shock. She's like, oh no, it's okay. I understand. It's skimmy technology, right? No, nothing to be afraid of. Wasn't all the land prefix vehicles found at the same time? Yeah, it was all in like one STC, so it was a pretty big deal. I think land was like got in a lot of trouble later as well. I don't know what he did. I don't remember. like all good Imperial workers, he managed to fuck something up. And then we get to go back and find everything we've missed. Because we've probably missed a lot. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Oh, a little bit in the middle, is it? Yeah, this bolter. Gotta tone it down. I always just find this spray is the best spray. This spray gets like the best work done. There's actually, like, the game, in the actual game, you unlock, like, a triple spread one. That's what I would use most of the time. Like, you don't technically need to use this for this close, but I kind of feel like the beam's just a little bit better. Angron destroyed an entire planet recently. He's on a roll, all Angron. He's actually getting shit done. He's been causing all sorts of problems. Yeah, triple spray is up. Triple spray is like, the game brings that in when it's like, okay, you've probably had enough. So here's your cheat button. I haven't finished cleaning the tracks yet. I should probably get back down there and clean the tracks, but I want to get the smoke launcher. It is kind of neat seeing something that, like, you know, you only generally see in model form. Nice up close and personal. Because, like, Space Marine and Bolt Gun, you don't really spend much time near Land Raiders. So the most you're ever going to see of them is, like, you know, Dawn of War sizes and angles. Oh, it's got a hunter-killer missile on it too, I think. Yep. That's it, hunter-killer missile. See, I know my stuff. I haven't really been paying attention to Warhammer 40,000 for a very long time, but I still remember everything. What was it? Did I just... And I swear I just saw an input, but I think it might have been for that over there again. There are some things in this game that, like, sometimes you can open. Like, the game will sometimes just be like, you walk up to something and you can open it. The Final Fantasy VII one actually lets you, like, open up a few of the, like, robots that they have you clean. That, like the Shinra robots. It's so fucking cool. And you can lift up Patrick's coconut house so you can get in and clean that as well. You know, just making sure that's understood. I kind of do wish I knew of a faster switching button for that, but I don't think it exists. That's why I'm looking forward to the scale of some of these other pieces, because, like, it's so big. But yeah, my favorite sort of Land Raider fact, and I've talked about this in the Dawn of War Let's Play, but I love repeating facts, is just that it contains a rudimentary functioning machine spirit. It's like, not enough that it's tech heresy, but the thing can make certain decisions to act by itself to continue running. And it, the most famous example of this being the Crimson Fists that had a Land Raider. And if anyone knows their Crimson Fists lore, they were an Imperial Fist chapter whose planet got invaded by a large orc horde, and through a suspiciously poorly timed series of events that during the defense of their planet against the invading orcs, a great deal of their armory exploded and took out their monastery, their monastery headquarters, their chapter headquarters. And as a result of this, they were, like, most of their chapter was wiped out, and they were stuck trying to defend their home planet against a significant orc invasion. Seriously undermanned, seriously understaffed, and during all of this, a Land Raider ended up at the bottom of the sea, bottom of the lake, sorry, and the like, you know, the orcs overran the area, so they didn't think to look underwater for the technology. And at some point, the machine spirit, which had been doing suitable repairs on itself, just went, okay, I'm up. Time to leave the lake. Left the lake. The orcs that were like camped next to the lake were not ready, and the land speeder just ripped its way through on its way home, like a real Milo and Otis style story about an angry tank finding its way home. It's like one of my favorite stories. There's the old hunter-killer missile. I don't know if it's like still like this, but like it was always just like a one-shot anti-tank thing where you could just fire it off. You can get hunter-killer missiles on like a variety of things in like the Dawn of War games. Top armor. Oh, I didn't get the engine armor. Oh, I see it. There we go. Go find the. Yep. Okay, good. Don't worry. The game makes it easy to figure out where you've fucked up in this. So if you haven't cleaned a bit, it'll give you a big wide expanse. My biggest problem is the outer track armor isn't finished yet, but there we go. Okay, good. The outer track armor is now done. That was going to be the hardest one to try and figure out where I haven't cleaned things yet, because it's a very large area. Sort of seeing chat discussing the Tyranids having like a giant flesh Death Star. And asking the question, hey, isn't that like kind of defeating the purpose of the Tyranids? Because it's like, it seems like a bit of a waste of bioflesh. But I don't know, if it was just a big mouth and it just nommed the whole planet down, like at once, and then just like did all of its Tyranid work while sort of surrounding the planet, that might actually be more efficient than invading it. They just vor the planet. Don't worry about it. That's a horrible thing to think about. Ah, yeah. So there you go. They use it to slurp entire planets. I knew it. It's just Unicron, but given flesh. We're almost done. Probably. Here we go. Here's a famous track. Don't know if you can hear it or not. I've got it at ambience levels. I have no doubt that there are probably a lot of stories about ancient machines just going, well, everybody who operates me is dead. Time to become a problem. It might even be the same. It might even be the same story I just told. Perhaps even written by a different writer or something like that, because everyone's got their own interpretation of events. And certain events in Warhammer 40k history have been written and rewritten to give it new context or a different way of looking at it. So yeah, would not be surprised at all. Just getting all that water in on the. I'm gonna say, like, for a one-shot weapon, having not fired its one-shot weapon, it's very clear they were more interested in running over heretics than actually, like, you know, killing them. But I suppose if you're plowing through like cultists and nurglings, you're not going to fire a hunter-killer missile. That'd be a waste. I always remember that one Games Workshop dude, when someone asked, why do they bother shooting all the ordnance at it if they just, like, you know, could just grab an asteroid and drop it on the planet? And some dude just, like, wrote out, like, an entire in-law chastisement of a dude asking that question and explaining how much damage you would sustain trying to do that and all the other stuff. So yeah, so now, oh, there it is. I think the smoke launcher is our last one. Oh no, it's not, because once you get down to the last few, the game actually tells you where they are. Okay, so we've still got a few miniature bits and bobs here to go, which means I'm going to have to ask my friend menu. So we haven't hit the skid plate yet. Or at least we haven't finished the skid plate yet. Which is probably at the back. Oh, okay, yeah. It's like barely any dirt left there, and it's like you need to clean that skid plate. I can't get under it, so I better not be expected to clean under the skid plate. Apparently it still needs cleaning. God knows how. It's like this tiniest little bit of filth left. Sadly not. Like I said, sometimes they set it up so you can do that, and sometimes you can't. Track armor hatches. Okay. Oh, so it's this bad boy. And the outer track armor. This outer track armor isn't finished yet, which is great. All the little nooks and crannies of this one. Get in there with the squiggle. Oh. It's very appropriate music. I don't think, yeah, and you can't get inside the DeLorean in the Back to the Future one either, so don't even ask. Okay, there. You little bums, get clean, get clean, get clean. I will be disrespectful to this dirt. Just spraying across the room. Wasting the Emperor's cleaning fluid. There we go. Alright. Still heaps of bits I haven't managed to hit yet. The inner track armor. Ugh. What the fuck? Oh, this one. Maybe further up. We gotta... It's a bit of a problem. For whatever reason, the Chaos Gate stuff I've got is like way louder. But damn if I'm taking them off. Would soap help with nooks like that? I'm not sure how much cleaning fluid I got, to be honest. Like, let me just switch to the cleaning fluid and see how much they've actually got for me. Ah, okay, I got metal cleaner, but that's about it. Plus I gotta like find that, oh. The assault hatch is also not clean, hold on. Just get... Okay, well that's good. Alright, so now we got some idea of what's going on. Got the Ultramarines plaque, which I think is this? Yeah, that's gotta be that. So where did I not clean you? Because you look pretty clean to me. Ah, of course. There we go. So I'm trying to peer in and see where I've missed it. It's like Everything we've seen is metal, though? Yeah. It's easy to waste it, though, is mostly what I'm sort of worried about. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's, like, inside, up against the track. Oh, hold on. It was down there the whole time. Yeah, they're generally pretty good about it. Oh, and that. I see you. I see you, headlights. Oh, see, look, the headlights are glass. There you go. Not everything's metal. And there we go. Land raider completed. And then they give us like a little montage of how we did, of how we did it, which I always like. Look at this. Look at me go. You can see my little cape going berserko. And there we are. Canticle complete. Tech Priest. Your efficacy in this blessed task has exceeded chronological metrics. I feel the motive force of the venerable vehicle resonate. The Omnissiah has indeed brought us a worthy adept. I shall see to it that Tyros 656 reserves only the most glorious and arduous benedictions for your attention. In the meantime, it would be prescient to reflect on the further reduction of your biologica to increase your efficacy further. Blessed be the Omnissiah. Well, you know, just replace my entire arm with the Aquasantica Arquebus. I'd be pretty cool with that. Do you think the adepts like the one you're playing as just kind of run around the vast open hangars with their power washers and soap sprays playing war games when there's no war machines to clean? I just get the giggles picturing it. They put servitors out so that if somebody walks in, it just looks like they're cleaning the servitors, but absolutely. Alright, now we have a Redemptor Dreadnought to clean. Chant of the unrelenting hammer initiated. Tech Priest. That many of us have been stationed within this glorious ring of iron for time immemorial, none have borne witness to the caliber of warriors which stands before you now. Besmirched by the unholiest of Xenos and Flora, it rages for absolution. Know then that you will perform rites of cleansing upon a dreadnought variant withheld to classification level Z32.01 of the chapter withheld. Once fallen, twice risen, and now augmented by machine, the dreadnought would exalt the Omnissiah for millennia to come. Addendum, this is a singular honor. Do not fail me, unless you wish to transfer to the Secretary on Pallas 5. Glory be to the machine god. I'm kind of glad that I can at least, like, I get into a mindset in this when I do like Warhammer 40k stuff that my tongue just immediately like prepares itself for having to pronounce extremely weird shit. I'm hoping that the dead guy is not still in there, but the sarcophagus is still there, so I am a little concerned. To scale, by the way. I love it. So this is a Redemptor, and we're down in a little alcove now. The Land Raider was being cleaned over there. All right. The question is if he's awake. Well, there's only one way to find out. Can I? It's like to have the stairs on the other side so I don't fall down the stairs while I'm cleaning. Alright. Cleanse initiated. Okay, so it looks like he's not awake in there if he's in there. Hello. Can you see me? Give me a wave if you can see me. Cogitating. Clarification required. Ah, I see why we weren't allowed to be told. This is very clearly Dark Angels. Engine Seer outranks Tech Priest, and yet... This is the first company dreadnought, no less. Tech Priest sanctifies dreadnought while Engine Seer cleanses Promethean fuel drums. Yeah, I don't know, Tyros, you're just, yeah. You're just not as cool as me, I guess. So yeah, I guess it's time to talk about Lionel Johnson's back, apparently. As anybody who knows their Dark Angels lore knows, Lionel Johnson was the Primarch of the of the Dark Angels, and unfortunately, due to various shenanigans, the Dark Angels had a bit of a problem in their own ranks in the wake of the Horus Heresy, where some of them, you know, basically turned against the chapter, and in response, Lionel Johnson went in full force on his own home world, and now the chapter fortress of the of the Dark Angels just floats around as a giant on a giant piece of like asteroid called the Rock. Previous biographical impartation increases ritual efficiency by 3.56. Yeah, you tell me, bro. You tell me. As you can see, this one's limited combat history will be disclosed through communications with the chapter's tech marines. Okay, so the chapter's tech marine is going to tell me all about his sleepy buddy here. So yeah, so Lionel Johnson fought against one of his most trusted friends. Continue intrigue tech priest. Cognitive reset will be performed at the sacrament's conclusion. Oh, okay. I'm getting mind wiped for this, but we haven't told them I'm streaming, so it's okay. I'll watch this later. And as a result of this, and you know, for whatever reason, at the end of it, a lot of the people that turned against Lionel Johnson basically got scattered to the four winds. So Lionel Johnson ended up in a coma. The guy who put him in the coma ended up crazy in a jail cell, speaking gibberish, and apparently like speaking prophecy. Luther was the Lion's adoptive dad. Oh, okay, I thought they were just bros. There you go. That might have been something they changed, because I always thought he was just like one of the guys who knew him when he was first just a knight hunting monsters on the planet. Anyway, so that sort of persisted for a long time, and then more recently, while Angron was doing Angron things, and Abaddon was doing Abaddon things, with the aid of this new demon guy who's trying to become a chaos god in his own right. He's kind of the guy in charge of like the forging of weapons and stuff like that, so he's got his own kind of fancy domain going. He's a bit rude. They've been trying to find the key so they can open the lock, so that they can, I don't know, like, get pictures of the Emperor. I haven't really been following all that stuff. But like Lionel Johnson woke up from his coma sleep, and turns out he can like wander into his mindscape or something, and use that to like travel elsewhere. Your Magus asked that I impart some account of our chapter's history to assist the vigor of your cleanse. No, it's fine. Don't tell me your history. Don't tell me anything about the Dark Angels, please. Do not. I'm telling everyone about the Dark Angels. You're stealing my cloud. But I already sense the fervor that our chapter's Redemptor Dreadnought brother Zekiel stirs in you. Well, I mean, he looks fucking cool, so yeah, like, I'm pretty excited by this guy. He looks cool as fuck. It is well that he is in induced slumber. Yeah, because I poured water straight through his opening port. He would be very unhappy with me. Just kind of like randomly spraying at this point. Though he's a few words, there is usually the last to pass into the ears of the traitor. Fuck you, traitor! Ooh. An assault cannon? We would not wish for him to exercise such judgment in our current location. So he's one of those guys you keep asleep until you absolutely positively must kill everything in the room, huh? For millennia, our chapter has scoured the galaxy for the corrupt and the honorless. Yeah, that's one way of putting it, isn't it? Oh god. Those redacted heretical turned their back on the Emperor and left us with no choice but to remove any whisper of them from history. Well, I'm glad you redacted that. I'm glad you're mind-wiping me after all of this. Thanks. Some of these tracks are from Dark Omen, Warhammer Fantasy Dark Omen, by the way. So if you don't recognize it from Dawn of War, that's why. A recent excursion amidst the dense carnivorous forests of... Oh, it's too late. I was too busy giving you guys, like, information. Well, it was probably all mostly withheld anyway. Good old Deathwing. So Zachiel is canon to the codices. Well, that's cool. So we got an actual real character. Maybe they'll let me power wash the Emperor at some point. Open the menu to look back. Messages. There we go. Yeah, so a recent incursion amidst the dense carnivorous forest, the planet withheld classified detected evidence of such, yeah, redacted, schismatic. So basically they went and found some Fallen. Yeah, the Dark Angels have, like, keep most of their chapter in the dark, but they absolutely positively have two groups in the chapter's organization devoted to hunting down the Fallen, the people that turned against. Some turned to chaos, some still tried to keep their honor, because not everybody turned against Lionel Johnson out of a desire of worshipping chaos or anything like that. They did it because he just basically they grew bitter because they had been left to rot on the rock, while Lionel Johnson and friends went off on the crusade. And of course, chaos seeping into the minds of someone would definitely make it a lot easier for them to want to do that. Others were just tricked. Hearing that there is to be an assault upon the nearby planet withheld strategic estimate B785, Brother Zachiel enlisted our chapter squad into the gathering forces. Okay. The Dreadnought took command. Is this the same? What they see? Oh, okay. That they seek to obtain a restricted artifact edge class is of no import to us. Okay. There's actually like an entire story about a planetary invasion by multiple Space Marine chapters at this juncture. It's kind of funny. For different various reasons. We seek only the entity of an enemy who would have it for themselves and to crush them completely. Interesting. So Lionel Johnson is back. He helped the Blood Angels and the Dark Angels fight against a whole lot of crazy shit going on, and it is worth noting that the chapter master of the Blood Angels is still sort of the one in charge of that region. But Lionel Johnson has been basically designated like the knight of that region, so he can basically just go wherever he wants to fuck everything up, I think is the thing. Yeah, this Dreadnought is asleep. They've said he's asleep. If he was awake, he probably would have already punched me for spraying water directly into his fluid hole. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd utter and would probably put me on a list. Yeah, just, I just filled this old man's fluid hole. Don't worry about it. Unhand me! Just spraying the purity seals, it's fine. There. No water could ruin a purity seal. They're too pure for that. They're probably like made out of something ridiculous nowadays anyway. Where'd this go? The gentle ping of you like cleaning all like lots of little bits and pieces is always really nice in this game. It's very cathartic. It's a big part of why I play this game so much, because I love it so much. Yeah. And apparently, like, Lionel Johnson has, like, gathered a force consisting of a lot of good Fallen he's met along the way. Like, he got, he basically went out and found people who weren't arseholes and, like, made up with them, I guess. This is all from me reading a wiki, by the way, so if anybody's, like, can, like... I would not trust a power washer on a plasma weapon. It's alright, if there was any danger, the water would immediately evaporate. Like, this thing's clearly off. The second this thing heats up, water would just be gone, I would say. Anything else? Yeah, a few spots here and there. I might have to grab you for co-op when you're not streaming. I mean, sure, like... I wouldn't say no to hanging out and doing more cleaning on my days off. I've got so few days off at the moment, though. Oh my god. everything is happening at the moment, like visiting banks and talking to people and digging up paperwork and sending out emails, and then my work at my workplace is like half the staff on maternity leave. Technically, the first Redeem started shooting at the line when they first saw each other. Well, I can't blame him. After everything that happened, I probably would too. Still some spots left to go. Let's just take a quick walk around and see if our old friend Mr. Press Tab to see glowy bits is gonna do all the work for me. Yep, there's a bit. Looks like I might have to start getting the game to start flashing me. I might even need to move that so I can get in there. Oh no, there's a cute joints. There we go. Cleaned his pelvis off. Now here's some dangerous work. It's like I just washed this, now let me just climb all over it. It's all good. I'm constantly powering and washing myself at all times, so there's no way I could be spreading dirt. Okay. Alright, it's time to check and see what I haven't gotten clean yet. So we've got the elbow joint. This one. Oh, I see. Yeah, I can see how that could have been something I've missed, so that's... They're dreadnoughts with chest-mounted bolters. Not that I'm aware of. If they use bolters, they tend to have them in a, like, the one that's like... the configuration where there's like 6 all linked up. You know, when you absolutely have to bolter everything in the room. Oh, is this back here? Cool. Reactor. Hardly even newer. Redemptor fist fingers, man. There are so many parts to this finger. This fist has like so many fingers. Like every time I go through here, it's another like ping, 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 ping. Go. Redemptor knuckle armor. God, see, look. Let me just get up here for a second. Oh, excuse me, Zachiel. Sorry, dude. I guess I got... Oh, well, I cleaned something else while I was doing that. Here it is. Cool. Alright. So, the feet, the knee armor... Okay, I see the feet. Okay, the knee armor. Which knee? This knee. And then the reactor top armor, which I guess is over here. Don't worry, we've pumped him full of sweet dreams, so he's not going to kill me. Oh, I think I saw some. I think I just saw some dirt. Nope. Where is it? Where's the dirt, Zachiel? Where are you hiding the dirt? I will not let you keep any of this dirt. Where is it? Oh, it's in there. Yay! And there we go. We've completed the Redemptor Dreadnought job. A nice easy one. Makes our life a little easier. And now we get our little... It removes the platform, so it just kind of looks like I'm like grav-legging around. And there we go. Chant of the Unrelenting Hammer complete. Tech Priest, through the expulsion of the unholy residuals of redacted blasphemy, you've honored our illustrious subject. I feel the vibrative fortitude of the Omnissiah surge inside every atom of its adamantine carapace. May the forces upon which this to be unleashed find the Emperor's wrath. Agenda. The Forge Temple grows ever more inspirited. You have been assigned rights upon a task force set to retrieve a restricted artifact H-class from withheld strategic Astamare B785. And there is much yet to be done. Cognitive reset delayed. Expect your next sacrament imminently. Alright, so here's an interesting thing. We got a Rogal Dawn battle tank, which is I have never seen this thing before. I was not familiar with this must be like a more recent thing. Canticle of the Iron Soul initiated. Tech Priest. The music is very appropriate for this right now. This Rogel Dawn tank. Sorry, it is time for your next ride. A Rogel Dawn battle tank procured from the hive world of withheld classified. Substantial biological foulness blunts its machine spirit and demeans its sacred symmetry. Intel. This Rogel Dawn tank will be under the personal command of the eminent Commissar Franz, attached to the Astrum Militarum forces of the imminent assault upon withheld strategic Ostermir B785. Owing to the Rogel Dawn's tank personal importance to the Commissar, he has insisted on recording directives, which will be issued during the cleanse. Addendum. The nature of the depositions contains certain sensitivities, so I encourage you to accompany the cleanse with contemplation upon the wisdom of Mord Logus Fastidicus. The eyes of the righteous look without seeing. Praise the Omnissiah. Okay. Yeah, so it's a new with like 10th edition. It's cute! It needs to be clean so it can drive him closer to hit them with his sword. Wow, it has a very cute looking tank armed for fucking everything, huh? Yeah, so it's like... It's got some multi-melters. It's got some fucking melter guns on the front. A castigator Gatling cannon. Coaxial autocannon and an oppressor cannon. So this thing's kind of loaded for bear. This thing. That's actually kind of impressive. It's a Rust platform with different guns. I feel like the Rust would be a little bigger, but you know, I don't have a Rust here to compare it to, so whatever. Very anti-armor, hell yeah. With a little bit of autocannon just for anything that might be a little bit armored. Insignificant numbers. Alright, well, I guess I'll get started. I do say it would be... Oh, data recording. Tech priest, know that I expect my tank to be flawless upon its return. Ah, yep, that's a commissar for sure. Please do not shoot me, I am just cleaning. Should this not be the case, I'll arrange for you to join my forces gathered for the assault upon withheld strategic Ostermir B785. Oh, okay then. Alright then, calm down, dude. Calm down. Indeed, I am certain you would fit in admirably with the ragtag collective of my vanguard. Feeling incredibly personally attacked here. I'm like the hose guy. What is your deal? But yeah, I think it would be pretty funny to like clean one of these off and then it's like there's a killer can underneath or something like that. Caddy is dead. I don't know, looks fine to me. Looks fine to me, boss. I like teasing Cadia fans. I'm one of those people who's just like Cadians just get their world blown up and then I'm like, tee-hee, I point at them. Because I know they will get very upset. You know, I go like, hey, you're going home on shore leave, and the Cadian just cries. The first thing I did was cleanse the skirts. Well, you know. I like a nice clean skirt. Yes, Canada lives. That's a good one. I'll remember that one. If Cadia was so good, where's Cadia 2? I want to know if this tank ran into... Did this guy run through an entire depot of Dark Angel paint supplies? Probably. No, where the general impression we're getting is that, of course, we are defeating the forces of Nurgle by cleaning his gunk off of everything. We probably made his shit list, for sure, for this one. We can expect demonic retribution in the coming years of our life. It might not happen immediately, but at some point he's gonna give me the sniffles. Joke's on him, though. I don't have a nose. Before you ask, awful. It's a very nice tank. It's not a war crime until Geneva is told that the Canadians did it at least twice. Everyone gets a little bit of war crime as a treat. Yeah, get that fucking thing. Get in it. That's probably the biggest problem with like these little skirt things, is just trying to get in all these little nooks and crannies to clean the track. Because you just know it's gonna like make me try and track down like the tiny little bit I missed later on, so. Oh. He's a classic. I'm waiting for like that really weird like spoken word fucking Dawn of War 2 track to kick in. Also, fun fact, in my MP3 collection of all of the Dawn of War music in MP3 format, I ripped out of the game myself back in the day, using like homeworld like data removing tools and stuff like that. I used to know some absolutely insane like ways to get like info. Data recording. I'm a member of the regiment withheld. Are you familiar with them, Tech Priest? Ah, yes, absolutely. Yep, I know those guys. They're always location withheld when you need them. While most of my number need encouragement from my power sword with regiment withheld, I needed to hold them back. Okay, he's talking about Kriegers. He's talking about Kriegers. On which side of my power sword might you fall, Tech Priest? I'm cleaning your tank, sir. Could you please just stop, like... Stop getting, like, Mondo, like, mean on me. When did Krieg become more popular than Armageddon Steel Legions? I don't know. I like the Steel Legion designs as well. Like personally, I'm not that big of a fan of Krieg, because Krieg is like, I don't know. I know a lot of people are really into the World War I bleakness, crank to 11 sort of style, but like, nah, not for me. Yeah. Yeah, my boss did kind of just tell me to just, like, smile and nod as this guy, like, verbally berated me about his tank. Oh, here's another classic one. And the worst part about this is just how much track this fucking tank is. And I still gotta do the other one yet, too. Dawn. I wonder if this is the way for them to like have like you know, another chapter related to it without actually like pulling out another Space Marine vehicle. Krieg was a special rule set for Steel Legion. Well, I mean, Steel Legion also had the gas masks and everything, so that kind of makes sense. Truth be told, I don't really think there is, like, an Imperial Guard, like, unit that really speaks to me, and yes, I know there's, like, a fucking Australia-themed one. I think Catachan is probably the closest to my favorite. And that's less about their design and just more about the fact that they're hilarious motherfuckers. And their planet is, like, just... is wonderful. Catachan has, like, the most wonderful planets. It says a lot when you're doing the tracks, bogies, and skirts, you'll have done more than half of the fucking thing. Yeah, well, 25% just for one side, and we haven't even finished the tracks yet. I haven't even sort of gotten up there to clean the smoke launchers yet, either. We're getting there, though. I'll have to get up on the step, I think, to clean the rest of it. Oh, god damn it. Okay, good. They will... The Emperor is merciful. He is incredibly merciful. Because holy cow, I was not looking forward to trying to climb my dumb ass up onto that. is that anyway? Track adjuster. Oh, okay. I know very little about tanks, so things like that I'm just like, ooh, okay. I must poop it. I must poop the snoot. There we go. So the track armor extends up to the top here as well. Well, might as well just get more of this done. It's called the Dominatus as well. 303. Is the 303... Well, I feel like I've seen the 303 before. Is the 303 like a lore regiment? Commissar Franz as a name doesn't ring any bells. It just makes me think of Karl Franz. Just a little water, a little bit of water to their stowed supplies. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm sure the bedrolls will they'll dry out pretty quick from the fighting. And the multi-melters there. Just fire a multi-melter here, it'll sort itself out. Alright, so we got the track armor done. Might just go around to the other side, since that's going to be like the lion's share of like the work that saps my will to live, and just get this side done as well. And then we can work on the middle. I wonder if I've got any rubber cleaning shit. Multi-purpose cleaner. Let's just see if the multi-purpose cleaner gets this off any quicker. No, not even remotely. Alright, we're going back to that. Don't know why I fucking bother. Likely a historical reference, 303 Squadron of the Royal Air Force of World War II was made up entirely of Polish volunteers after Germany conquered Poland. But yeah, like I said Krieg before, but it's actually thinking about it, probably just Cadians really matter. Okay. Beyond the withheld regiment withheld stand 3 companies of Cadian troops. Okay, maybe not. Or just differentiate them. Maybe they are Kriegers, I don't know. To say they will be squandered in my diversionary vanguard is an understatement. Wow. Dude. That is very on-commissarly to say something like that. But I doubt you possess the honor to fight alongside them. I don't know. If they want to stay hydrated, I'm your fucking metal man. Seriously. What a cranky sausage he is. So the 1 regiment and 1 Krieg regiment and 3 Cadian. That sounds like the right ratio of IG troop deployment. Assuming it's the Krieg and not just like an extremely deranged force of Cadians who really want to get the kill on. Because I can tell you right now, if it was Catechins, we wouldn't be having this conversation. They'd have already chucked a grenade in his tent. That's what I love about the Catechins. They're just like this equalizing force of the Imperium's stupidity. They're just like, oh, you got this guy who just shoots everyone and yells and he doesn't know what he's fucking doing. Ah, shit, friend. You wouldn't believe it. The enemy managed to get behind our lines and slide one of his own grenades into his tent while he was sleeping. Ah, wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? The enemy somehow managed to get a Catechin barking toad in his latrine. Would it be viable to fight Nurgle with the PowerWasher and Clorox? Probably. I reckon I could take him. As long as they didn't move and just let me sort of, you know, do this in front of them and just work my way around and clean them off. Absolutely. There's no way Nurgle could ever stop me. He said he had three companies. He said besides the regiment redacted, I have 3 companies of Kedians. So I'm not entirely sure if he includes if they're part of it or if like he's got them separate, because he did say besides. I don't know. Like everything's redacted, so basically you can put whoever you want in there. You know, like. It doesn't really, in the end, it doesn't really matter. They gave the totem knife and it stabbed him 37 times in the back. See, you can tell a Catechin didn't actually do that because they would have slit his throat. Hercule is the kind of guy who tells you that skipping therapy is self-care. Hey look, you're beautiful just the way you are. That said, Slanesh will tell you that eating the therapist is self-care, so like, you know. Phew. Don't know why it is whenever I just shoot up the back there, it cleans the rest of the vehicle. Yeah, I don't really, like, in terms of aesthetics and playstyle and everything, I don't really dig Nurgle that much. I especially hate how slow they are to play in Total Warhammer 3. I'm kind of hoping the DLC, like the Thrones of Decay, like, expansion will, you know, maybe put pay to that. Because, like, everyone's general assumption for Throne of Decay is it's going to feature, like, a lord from, like, some Forge World stuff. I can't pronounce his name, but he's essentially a worm that burrows into greater warriors and steals their bodies. like a little disease himself. He and so yeah, he and unfortunately during the Thrones of Decay conflict, or at least during the conflict, like, where he features in the Forge World supplemental book, he's inside the body of an ogre tyrant that he killed. Lucius the Eternal, with Lucius the Eternal, he transforms, the people transform into him. Finally, we have the penal legions. And they got him to say it. Everybody, the Commissar, he said it. He said legions. I've collected these redacted hyperbolic from every corner of the universe. Oh, like Suimon from Like a Dragon. I won't have them redacted illustrative in their cells when they can be put to use, fighting for the glory of the Imperium. There we go. Let's clean those bedrolls down. Get all the whatever the fuck out of it. I think in this particular case, this one hasn't actually fought against Nurgle. This is just all dirt. Perhaps I would deploy you among them? What is your deal, dude? What have you got against guys who just clean shit? Like, I don't tell you how to wait. Oh, yes, that would be perfect for an indolent Mechanicus. Oh, okay, so he's got an issue with the Mechanicus. Seriously, dude. I am here cleaning your tank. I don't see you here cleaning your tank. I don't tell you how to, like, cap a dude that's turned his back to the front lines in the skull. I don't tell you how to, like, scream fiery rhetoric. I don't tell you how to get murdered in your sleep by catechins. You know? Like, you got that unlocked. You know what you're doing. Probably. And if you don't, God help everybody. But, God Emperor help everybody. But I am fucking here to spray water and clean dirt, and I will not have my duties referred to as indolent. Like, who do you think got you this goddamn tank in the first place? That's right, it was someone way more important than me somewhere else, really far away. Who do you think maintains it? Somebody else with far more technical capability than me. Who do you think keeps all the fucking dirt off? That's right, little underpaid fucking me. Thank God they're wiping my mind after all of this, so that I don't have to remember that this dude was just so fucking rude to me when I was just doing my job. I gotta clean the rods. There we go. Any more rods need cleaning? Oh, yep, got him. Wasn't even really trying at that point. This is a ritual cleansing. Like, me just wiggling my stick backwards and forwards is 100% super cleansing. Rogel Dawn himself would be proud of what I have done so far. He would look at it and go, yes, that is adequate. And then he would leave the room after like a long, awkward pause because the man had no idea how to talk to anybody. Or he had an idea how to talk to everybody, but it was a lot less, it was a lot more time consuming than he would have liked. Oh, look, it's got rear lights. Kind of look like Pokeballs, actually. Huh. Weird my brain went there, huh? I feel like a few shots of me just lying down on the floor. Nice. Triumphant music for cleaning, this shit. I reached that from here. That's actually a different part of the entire thing. Yeah, I think that's good. Rogel Dawn might be the only person that can defeat Khorne in battle simply by having a conversation with him about war and making war sound really fucking boring. I have brought PowerPoints, Khorne. No! God, this music slaps. God bless Warhammer games for their musical tracks. Space Marine has some slapping music too. As does Bolt Gun. Oh, I know, but it's just like, I just thought it was funny that, like, you know, Rogel Dawn could just, like, monologue about, like, or just talk about fucking warfare and just bore the tears out of Khorne, making him beg someone to make it stop. Yeah, I don't think I've got the Mechanicus OST, like, with the rest of, like, my MP3s, so I would have to queue that up on, like, the Steam musical thing, or go hunting for it, and I'm too lazy. We've got Chaos Gate, Dawn of War 1 and all of its expansions, Dawn of War 2 and all of its expansions, Warhammer Dark Omen, and also some Warhammer Age of Reckoning tracks, I think. Don't know how many of those are in there, if any. Let me just check kind of curious now that I've said that. It's not that many. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so only like 8 tracks. Anyway, back to it. This is from Dawn of War 2. This is Forged in Battle. Yeah, if it feels like we're starting to loop through too many of the same old, I'll just, like, load up YouTube. Unauthorized data override. Do not listen to the ramblings of that infernal commissar. Private Bork, no! He's gonna find out! Private Bork, don't do it! Is Private Bork gonna, like, restore my, my smile and optimism? We in the Penal Legions pledge our allegiance to the Imperium voluntarily, and I'm honored to be part of this regiment. Yeah, well, I know what crimes you got incarcerated for, dude. At least I'm better to redacted conjecture and honorable futility than as a traitor in a redacted conditions unconfirmed concrete box. Well, I'm assuming he's saying better to die. Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed that I didn't recognize the first, like, that part of Bolt Gun when I streamed it. It was like E1M1. It had the secret in exactly the same place. My brain must be like live redacting all this information as it comes in, or this is like my memories post mind wipe, where they only wipe the pertinent information so that I can remember how damn good I was at doing my job. Yeah, I might have to like boot up YouTube and just like queue up some Mechanicus soundtrack, or see if I've got it in the file somewhere. Just boot the game up. Or I could get silly and just queue up Vampire Survivors. Oh, it's even got a stubber on top. Oh, that's adorable. I guess the commissar likes to shoot the stubber next to his fucking head when he pokes his head out the fucking main turret hatch. Gotta clean the guns. I kind of wish there was more bolt gun, to be honest. Like, I enjoyed the shit out of bolt gun, and I'm just like, there's so much more room for like more wacky stuff in like a fucking Warhammer 40,000 universe. Like, I think that's the thing that always gets me about Warhammer 40,000 video games, is you're always like, this is awesome. And there's so much more they could do with this. Like, the only game I feel that has ever lived up to that has been Gladius. Because Gladius is still getting updated and still getting different factions added to it. Like, they added the Drukhari recently. Yeah, I was like, wait, is the Drukhari wrong? Basically, they added the Dark Eldar. And the fucking Dark Eldar are fun. Did the studio close? I don't know, actually. I hope the studio didn't close. That would make me sad. That made me very sad that a studio produced a game and then closed quietly. Shit. Gladius is kind of more like if you took Civ and you removed the diplomacy stuff and just made it all about fighting, and then, like, filled the planet with, like, barbarians. So that you have to fight through, a tide of, like, problems before you can even, like, start to engage with the major, like, with your major conflicts. So to give everyone breathing room to build up. Gladius is really good. Yeah, it's a Cadian tank. Yep, it's the Rogel Dawn, apparently. Like this is a new one in the Warhammer 40k universe. It's kind of cute. I think it's cute. I don't know what that says about me though. I look at a tank like this and I go, "Oh, I wanna rub its belly." Which, by the way, would kill the crew inside if I managed to roll the tank over so that I could fill its belly. So I could roll it over so I could pet its belly. I don't know what fill its belly. I'm stupid. Yeah, a Cadian tank in rare supply nowadays. Oh, they can still build tanks and paint them in Cadian colors. I don't think that's a big deal. It's the actual Cadian soldiers that they're probably going to have a little bit of a... Makes you a potential fan of certain animes. No, see, because I don't care about the girls driving the tanks. They can fuck right off. Like I see those, there's the cute girls in front of the tanks, and I just like grab this little girl by her pigtails and hock her over the horizon, and I start rubbing the tank on its head, and I'm like, oh. Everybody who watches Girls and Panzer is in it for the little girls and the panzers. They could tell you, oh no, I'm only in it for the tanks, but that's like a massive, like, that's a lie. That's a lie. There was actually a manga series I quite liked, that I don't think is getting updated at the moment. That is in fact a baloney. Man would watch documentaries if they were in it for the tanks. If the tanks were cute enough, sure. Look, all I'm saying is every time I've ever seen things about girls in Panzer, they'll talk about the tanks for a little bit, and then suddenly they'll just start like talking about like the girls driving them. It's just what it is. And you can probably easily prove me wrong, but I won't accept it because I don't have object permanence. So I can't remember how to pronounce the Ultramarines Primarch's name, and every time someone tells me how to do it, I forget like a day later. So you can't convince me I'm wrong permanently. You ever go to the GP Reddit? It's full of horny degenerates. I mean, never go to Reddit. It's full of horny degenerates. Never go to my Discord, it's full of... No, just kidding. It's full of me. Robudi Gullyman. You know, like, I've already been told, like, 5 different variations of how to pronounce his name. And I believe all of them. Oh yeah. Ammo box. Alright, so there's definitely something else that needs checking. So let's check our tablet. Exhaust pipes. Okay, so I missed one of the back exhaust pipes here. Which makes sense. There we go. Next is the front lights. Okay, I missed a front light. Just gonna need you to go over here for a second. Clean it! Clean it! It's not working. I'm falling off. Okay, I'm messing. Oh, let's forget it's F. Don't think you can stop me. I'm climbing all over this tank. There we go. There we go. Now we've got the front skid plate. Oh, okay. Another skid. Oh, okay, this one's gonna be a bit easier. But I was gonna be like, oh, it's another skid plate thing. But that's okay. Yeah. Extends a little underneath. Oh, I got the tow hook. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Oh. A little bit under there. Cool. So I guess I didn't properly clean this guy either. Where's my... Okay, there we go. Alright, so the oppressor cannon's still... Okay, yep, I see. Cool. Spare track wheel and the Vox transmission unit. Okay. I'm gonna have to go around the back and get on here. Let me on. There it is. It's always just dirt underneath. Okay, so I've got the spare track wheel. Let's go look and see if I can see it. Nope. Like I'd know what that looks like with my tiny tanklet marine. All right, game, stop flashing. Where you at? There it is. Yeah, I never would have found that. That's probably. Like little spicks and specks all over the place. Job complete! Cool. Let's check it out. See if we got a good shot of me just like laying on the ground. Look at me go. Here we are. Canticle of the Iron Soul complete. Update. Tech Priest. It is as if the battle tank has emerged from its forged temple for the very first time. It is resurrected! Even the towhooks thirst for glory. I will advocate for your promotion to the rank of Engines here, along with further cybernetic replacements of your Biologica. Advice. In the interim, be sage of you to reflect upon the words of Lord Dogma Pulverus Gamma 6. That which cannot be trusted must be removed. And now we've got an Imperial Knight Paladin. Oh my god. Chant of the Electromancer initiated. Task. Your next mission, Engine Seer. Oh, I got promoted. Is the Ritual of Blessing for an Imperial Knight, Paladin of House Hawkshroud. Withdrawn from meritorious combat duty, combating redacted, proof pending, among the fetid chem swamps of the planet redacted classified. They traverse the galaxy to spearhead the frontal assault on withheld strategic Aestamir B785. Description: redacted, excessive verbosity. This honorable Knight Paladin is an elite unit of prodigious power. Their importance to the battle ahead cannot be overstated. It is imperative that their machine spirit is purified and galvanized. Engine Seer Tyros 656 will be closely monitoring your work. It's time to prove that you are worthy of your title. Praise the Omnissiah. They're warping you up for the entire phalanx. Help. And now the Warlord Titan! No, they wouldn't do that to me. Sweet, merciful Emperor. That's what it looks like at this distance. This is one of the little ones, too. Observation. I see that whilst I cleanse and manufacture containers, you have again been blessed by the machine gun, Tyros. Are you gonna turn to chaos? Still, at least now you have the title worthy of your duty. The rites of initiation for a knight such as this are a fascination. Are you familiar with the necessary rituals, Engine Seer? Well, I'm familiar with the entire idea of how you're supposed to, like, plug them in. Not an entirely wholesome experience. The Titan comic book series is kind of cool. I'm very fond of it. Can't remember its exact name, but it's about sort of a rookie who is brought on an observational tour aboard a Warlord Titan, but then the guy in charge of the Titan gets absorbed by the Titan in the middle of battle, so they just fucking plug the new guy in, and he has to deal with the whole entire fact that now he's hooked up to like a tremendous machine spirit. I just felt it was appropriate to claim the tabard first, you know? Like, before anything else. Good grief. We are going to be so troubled. So when you wash the top, the mess can drip back down on it. It's true, no. See, because this is destroying the dirt. I am disrespectful to dirt in all the highest ways. Like, the dirt will never touch the mighty feet, the mighty tabard, the mighty heraldry. Starting from the top would be the smart play too, but you know, like, I don't do smart plays, it's not my job. Look at them titanic toes. Someone before was saying that it's not even a Titan. I was like, well, I mean, compared to me, it's a Titan. You know, I'm just a rinky-dinky little spray guy. Just a little guy. Just a little guy. Good grief. Yeah, this one's gonna take a bit, I think. This is arguably the most large, complex thing I've ever cleaned in this game. Like, I have cleaned the like an entire temple in this game, but that was a lot of flat surfaces. This is complex. There's a lot of nooks and crannies in this. So this is kind of impressive. This is like the biggest thing. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. We're gonna do a Thunderhawk gunship after this too, by the way. It's like there's like one more thing after they do us with this. I'm a little annoyed I can't walk. I just can't just like shove that out of the way. It's gonna make my life incredibly difficult. Just gonna. Yeah, Titanic foot goes pretty hard. Oh. Oh. Those little pings are what keep me going when I play this game. Oh dear. I was thinking to myself, like, we've got Space Marine coming in September. Like, Space Marine 2 coming in September. I'm very much looking forward to that. I'm just thinking to myself, you know, like, we'll likely never get a Last Stand game for Warhammer 40,000 ever again. But you reckon someone out there could be convinced to make a Warhammer 40,000 Survivor game? You know, where you just play as like a Warhammer 40,000 thing and just fight against like gigantic waves of enemies for 30 minutes. I think that'd make me pretty happy. There's a game dev out there who just like wants to do that. Go talk to like Games Workshop. I'm sure they'll let you do it. That would make me pretty happy. Because I've been playing a lot of Deep Rock Survivor Halls of Torment lately. Like, I kind of feel like I'm starting to sort of fall off Vampire Survivors, because it kind of just feels like now I have to like start turning off so many things in order to like make the game challenging again, or rather to make the game visually not a hot barf mess. Whereas Halls of Torment manages to prevent that from happening. Quite impressively, actually. Halls of Torment, if anyone's wondering, is a survivors game. So like Vampire Survivors, where you pick a person who's got like, you know, a specific kind of ability, you go into a map, you upgrade that ability, you collect more abilities, and you're basically just trying to survive for a certain amount of time. I mean, it does it with like the visual style of the Diablo series. Like the original Diablo, more than anything else. It's just got this really nice vibe to it. And it's, you know, it's still fun, and you can still fail, like, campaigns with it, even though, like the game is still only really in its, like, early access stage. But if you're looking for a good, like, way to just kill time, it's quite addictive, and it's quite fun. And the classes you get to play as are not your standard Diablo fare. Like, the first two characters you get, it's like, oh yeah, here's the warrior, he swings a sword. Here's the rogue, she has a bow. But then the next one is a cleric, who's like a skeleton guy. And then, you know, you start getting, like, no, sorry, it wasn't the cleric that was next, it was a dude with a flamethrower that was next. An exterminator. And then after that you start getting, like, weirder and sort of more interesting things. There's a few, like, sort of more standard ones in there, like a sorceress that shoots lightning and all sorts of things like that. And they all sort of have a different priorities and play styles, and the upgrades you unlock. I think the way it basically prevents you from getting too overpowered just by like picking up stat things is that like a lot of the stats have like balances to them, and you can't just like pull every single stat. There'll be like a tree of different abilities you can get under stance, dedication, things like that, and like picking one locks out all the other options. you can unlock and use potions in order to get different, like, you can make sure that you can actually like double the effects of some of those, or ensure that like even if you pick something else, that one will stay in your selections list for next time, so you can like pick things in the same sort of stance and stuff. But it prevents the power curve from being too curved, like it is for fucking Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors, the power curve is just like, when it first starts out, you're lucky to get 15 minutes. After that, it's like, you know, after a few victories under your belt, you'll be seeing 30 seconds pretty much every time. And then after that, it's like, sorry, 30 minutes every time. And then after that, it's just like, there's no difficulty, but there's also no ability to see what the fuck's happening on the screen anymore. Deep Rock Survivors, on the other hand, balances things out by just being plain fucking hard. And also just like limiting the amount of weapons you get. But it's like, it gives you objectives and things to do, and you mine the map and everything. It's really good. Yeah, if you use a Potion of Memories in Halls of Torment, you can like ensure that that thing stays. Yeah, I just said that. And then you use the Potion of whatever to double it up. Yeah. But you've got a limited number of those potions, so you've got to decide whether or not you want to do it for certain things. And the game's achievements are mostly based around accomplishing different challenges involving different stuff. So you'll be changing your build up and customizing your build, and you can unlock like items down when you go on little journeys, and you gotta put them in like a little well bucket. Oop. The Knights proved their fealty through survival of the redacted protocol classified F266. Alright. Easy for you to say, I guess. Young nobles from each of the Knight houses collected the Chamber of Echoes within the sanctuary of the Knightly Stronghold. In fact, nothing can prepare the nobles for what is next. Wow! That might be the most powerfully written thing in the entirety of, like, PowerWash Simulator. God damn. Nothing can prepare them for what happens next. It's a spelling bee. They have to spell the name of the knight they want. And the name is redacted. And you can't just spell it, redacted. Gonna be busting out the longer stick now. Get our buddy in there. Guess I missed a few spots. Anybody else want to be dirt? Guess so. Actually missed quite a lot of extra dirt in here. It's really hard to get at though. Like I said, this is a real complicated one because there's a lot of like blind spots and block spots. This ain't even the final one. Still laughing about nothing prepares them for what comes next. There's probably also some dirt on the top of the plate. Yep, and there's dirt in the leg there. Where's my boy? See if we can get up here and take a look. Yeah. Gonna have to do some funky angles for this one, I think. This is where a servo skull would come in handy. Oh god, it all just sort of happened at once there. That's beautiful. That's that sweet, sweet sound of ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. That's my buddy. I feel more attachment to the stool when it, like the little stepladder stool, when it has like little claw legs. There we go. Oh god, the auxiliary piston's still dirty. I don't see you in there. Dirt. Oh god. Let's see. Can't really see. Oh, I got it. Cool. There's probably like a whole lot of problems in this one too. some other tech priest is washing the skulls. That would be very on brand for the Mechanicus. Gotta go back to this one. Get all these pistons clean, because I've very clearly missed a few of them. Someone was asking what the hell this guy was going through. Could be Tyranids. Could just be the native life forms of the swamp. Could have been just walking through a swamp. It could be big swamp. And some of these pistons are hard to get at. You even have to attack them from the top. Oh yeah, there you go. Banging my head repeatedly. Okay. Where's my step? Where's that dirt? I must just respect it. Oh god, that is such a fucking nightmare. Okay, there we go. I was like, no, this one's playing up too. Where you at? Yep, I see you. Cool. Yeah, this one's gonna be an absolute just a nightmare to do. So we'll do what we can and then just like accept that we're gonna miss a bit and then come back to it. Because this is just fucking nuts. This is just the most complex thing that they've done in this game so far, I think. And I'm here for it. We're only 2 hours in. Like, if this takes the rest of the stream, that's okay. I don't think the Thunderhawk gunship's gonna, like, hold a goddamn candle to this thing. I don't even know what I just finished cleaning then, but thank goodness I did it. That's just like... Let's just see if I can't lengthen this again. I've been backwards and forwardsing the length. Okay, I got another thing. Just too much. Too much. Sensory overload. Danger, danger, high voltage. Yeah, I'd say it's the swamp. The swamp that did it. You can kick up a lot of water to cover everything in a swamp, and who knows how gross the planet is anyway. Oh dear. Just too much. Too much. Just too much dirt. Too much dirt. They're gonna have to mind wipe me just to, like, get the trauma away. This is just cracked. I love it, but this is just cracked. I don't know too much about knights. I can't really give big knights facts. You know, I do like the knight guy that helps you out in the Inquisitor, like, action RPG game. That's kind of fun. Like, the game even lets you, like, play as him every so often and just go around blowing up things that normally would, like, be quite difficult to fight. And you just get to, like, walk in, ride one of these suckers, and just, like, vaporizing everything. And he's very gung-ho, tally-ho. I think they're getting ready to sunset the Inquisitor game as well, in terms of support, which has admittedly been going on for quite a long time. They're going to, like, release... Because previously they've been doing, like, seasons for the game. You know, and basically they're making it now so that you can go back and you can play the previous seasons and earn rewards and stuff and just do all the different challenge modes of the seasons. Which tells me that they're just not going to be doing it anymore. When does the Helldiver DLC come out? That's when they're probably working on making sure the game actually lets people in before they start getting too carried away on that, I think. Good grief. That dumpy. here is difficult. They have said they intend to put like some vehicles of some description, walkers at least, in the game. We'll see what goes with the rest of Helldivers. Or do you mean Helldivers DLC for a PowerWash simulator? Okay, I was off the mark. Well, I don't know. I'd say that'd be great, but yeah, it would need to be in Helldivers, not in PowerWash, so that you could just friendly fire with a water cannon. I suppose I can climb on there and just use it as scaffolding as well. I was just kind of trying to get what I could from this side, and then... Okay. What are you doing? You're being weird. Let's just... start angling in from here, I guess. Let's see what planing we can get done from this side. I didn't get to play much Helldivers in the recent weeks just because of how busy I've been with the adulting. But I got to play a bit of it yesterday and it was really pleasant. Well, man, they need to like adjust those defensive missions where you're extracting people, because holy cow, they are rough. At the commencement of the sacred ritual, each young noble enters the room and occupies the restricted technology H002 of their night house. Okay. So I don't know anything about night initiations or anything, so this is... Throughout the night that follows, the noble's mind will fuse with the neural network of the restricted technology. Okay, so they basically hook them up to the thing. But anybody whose brain comes out of it okay can be the wiener. Perhaps that sounds pleasant? It is not. No, I imagine not. Getting to perceive reality in an entirely new and unpleasant way is never pleasant. Chair. They redacted chair. You don't know that. You don't know that. It could have been any word that's kind of like chair. Oh, really? I gotta go around that side to get up there. I'm gonna go down to this one. I was thinking phone booth. They're getting trained to ride knights, not to become Superman. Blimlin, I don't know what to tell you, man. They're not. Why is every pilot that comes out of this night house named Clark Kent? I can't tell any of them apart until they take their fucking glasses off. Good grief. Mars. That is not Mars. Good golly, this metal beast and all of its bits and pieces that need a good cleaning. Let's get around here. Scrub-a-dub-dub. At least the bits are big. Make sure you get your skull cleaned. I want to know what it is in the human psyche that makes kids under a certain age associate having a cape with Superman powers. Well, you know. I want to know, what I want to know, Olash, is what it is about the human psyche that makes adults like us immediately think of Helldivers when we see capes. And then we start spinning aggressively. Explain that one, Dr. Science! Superman is a really good sort of early for the kids kind of thing, because essentially he's invincible, he blows things up, laser eyes, ice breath, which, you know, like, just the man is cracked. The Superman is cracked. So little kids like it because it's like, they like winning. And so they like being able to win every single argument. It is what it is. And then when they get older, they start to like Batman, because Batman can do all that cool stuff without being superhuman. And then later on, they identify with Spider-Man because we're all fucking losers, just like him. I'm just kidding. Oh dear. Face it, Tiger, you hit the jackpot. He's gonna wash his chin a little. God. He's probably gonna have to get up on a platform to get some of those harder to reach. Okay, I just accidentally cleaned that, that's good. Yeah, I'm gonna need scaffolding to get this front part, because obviously everything doesn't reach around far enough. Come here, scaffolding. Am I familiar with Stardust, the super wizard? Yes. His superpowers are derived from cocaine. Unless there's a different one. I know there's like... Oh, that's Snowflame. Okay, so Stardust is the guy that like turns the other guy into a head and throws him into space. Right. I always get those two confused. But yes, I am familiar with like a lot of really bad ideas for superheroes. Yeah, a lot of comics from that period was like a bunch of like mafia guys going, "Ah, there's no way these guys will be able to stop us," and then they just get fucking clowned. And his artist was the most abusive fucking widow on the planet, and he died of exposure after falling asleep drunk on a park bench in January. How do we know that wasn't Stardust that did that to him, though? How do we know his own creation, who is a wizard, didn't just, like, take him out for the good of humanity? Just, you know, a thought. I don't have many of those. I'm gonna need to put this further back. God. See, this is the only thing I don't like about this scaffolding, is they actually put up barriers, because I just like to, like, jump off of it, and they're making it very difficult for me to throw myself to my death. Damn, this one's actually... I feel like this one's taller than usual. Oh, hold on. This one's for you, cool guy. Oh. Nope, hated it. Each restricted technology H002 stores the experiences endured by every knight that has ever graced it. Okay, so they get plugged into a training simulation? Throughout the night, the young nobles must battle against the will of their forebear. Oh, okay. No, I see what it is. Okay, they're basically having mind battles. This is something that came out of, like, the Titan comic book. Was the previous, like, pilot. If you make the morning. Yeah, the previous pilot was like a presence in the machine spirit, but the machine spirit itself is what the what had to be like communicated with and appeased and like spoken to by the main character. Perhaps if they were more cognizant of the unreliability of the flesh, the entire process could be avoided. Man, I don't know. I think they want it to be like that. I think they want the most crazy, like, immune to insanity people. Strongest wills in there. I don't think they want a good number of people to get out alive. I feel like that's bad for business. This is just the Torment Nexus. Has Elon Musk finished work on the Torment Nexus yet? I feel like that's his thing. I remember that comic. The recruit was put on trial for piloting the Titan, so he used the Titan as a witness testimony. Yeah, because the fact that he took control of a Titan that he wasn't given permission to pilot occurred, he was put on trial, and the spirit, basically the previous pilot in the Titan, spoke up and was like, I give him permission to do that. And all the people looked at each other and went, well, I mean, you know, the machine says yes. Still waiting to hear about how many like cannibalistic moments occurs when that guy with the neurochip in his head finally fries. Please keep in mind I'm hoping nothing bad happens, but oh boy. I heard the reports about the monkeys didn't go well. Hopefully they honestly, my hope is that they didn't actually do it and they were just bullshitting. Because I think it's still too early to be putting chips in people's heads, please. That's not something I liked seeing happening. Call me a Luddite if you please. But I think it's a little too soon for microchips in brains. Good grief. It was fun watching the well, there's your problem talking about hyperloops though. That's a nice little podcast that talks about like different stuff, engineering disasters and whatnot. If you don't like more left-leaning political sort of discussion, though, I would say don't bother, because they do lean into a lot of that. I don't mind it myself. Let's be honest, points at myself, bit of a lefty. Not really like a really outspoken one, but yeah. You know, definitely the only thing right about me is my dominant hand. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's your problem. The podcast about engineering disasters with slides. I can't wait. They're doing Chernobyl next week. The joke being that they never do Chernobyl next week. They had the molasses incident. For the longest time, they were always like, "Oh yeah, we're doing the Boston molasses incident," and like, I don't even remember if they did do it or not. If they just shifted to a different one or not, I can't remember. But yeah, like I just fucking Boston molasses disaster. They would say it for the longest time that they were doing that, and I guess they finally did it. I don't remember, and a part of me is really scared that they didn't do it and just shifted and started saying Chernobyl specifically to fuck with me, but I think they did it. I think they actually talked about it. I think they actually got someone on who wanted to talk about it, so they did it. Oh, they did not? No, they didn't do it. Okay, I probably watched somebody else's video then. They just shift to fuck with me. Okay. Me specifically. Me specifically, I'm the one who got fucked with. More than any other human being. But yeah, I think that they had one about I'm pretty sure it was them. They had one about hyperloops and about all the hyperloop projects and how literally none of them have ever actually borne fruit. Now every country's just kind of like lip servicely like got a hyperloop project going, but it's never actually going to happen because hyperloops are stupid. There's a bit of a problem in the current tech industry where or tech adjacent industries where they sort of try to create solutions to problems that don't exist and end up creating exactly the same solution as already was created for the problem that that existed and doesn't exist because they exist. Like they created Uber, and that's just taxis. And then they wanted to make like an Uber that like went round a specific route and picked people up and dropped them off, and that's a bus. .9991% of residuals remaining. Yeah, we're getting there. Like even me, dumb as fuck, could tell that like the Hyperloop was just a project. Sorry, Are you losing your touch agency? Oh, Tyros, don't be like this. This is an Imperial Knight. I'm getting there. Perhaps I should petition for your duties more earnestly? What does that mean? Are you gonna like pull out a pair of like cheerleading pom-poms or something and start going rah rah agents here? If he can't do it, he's getting mind wiped and turned into a servitor, because that doesn't really work. That chant doesn't work. You need to work on it. Oh dear. Just so much dirt in all of the places. So you even have to clean the chainsaw's batteries, which is like a fucking sentence. Yeah, like every so often I just like to go to like different channels that talk about like the bizarre ideas that come out of like tech studios and stuff like WeWork and whatnot. Oh my god, WeWork. I was reading the Punisher Max comics recently, which were a series of extremely violent, gritty, slur-filled Punisher comics from like the mid 2000s, I think, or 2010s. But basically they get this one part, and it's the story about like this one villain that sort of appears named Barracuda, and like it's primarily focuses around this company, and like they're basically talking about how the company was just not really going anywhere until they hired this one guy who came up with this brilliant idea of just telling everybody that the company was worth way more money and making way more money than it actually was, and so everyone just started investing in it. Just basically on the no trust me bros, I'm making lots of money. And then I looked into WeWork, and that's exactly what happened. Yes, Garth Ennis wrote that Punisher Max, and it is in fact, yes, quite grim and very although the Punisher Max series doesn't have any superheroes in it, like there's no, like he did do like the return of the Punisher sort of stuff, Frank's back, and that had Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Daredevil in it. Holy shit, does he drag Wolverine for miles? Like, just like fucking mocking the fuck out of Wolverine. But yeah, Hyperloops, like the WeWork thing was basically just this dude who really liked weed too much. Coming up with this idea for renting out office spaces, and like, but having a couple of extra additional things in it. And then, like, COVID happened. But for some reason, he just stated it was worth way more money than it actually was. And he's not holding the bag either. He left. So he's actually looking about, like, rebuying it for way less than he, like, paid for it. And probably with someone else's money again. Power to him if he keeps getting away with it. Did the, well, cool guys, since you actually sort of, like, saw the inside of some WeWork places, did they have, like, expensive, like, beer on tap? Because I've heard, like, some of them had, like, that sort of thing going on. I remember the Behind the Bastards episodes on WeWork. I haven't watched those yet. I really should. Like I said, I'm a bit of a lefty. Yeah, so but it did have beer on tap. That's so funny. But yeah, so WeWork was kind of like, yeah, like WeWork was a solution to a problem that didn't exist, that was basically claimed to be like way more groundbreaking than it actually was, worth way more money than it actually was, and you know, unsurprisingly, COVID accelerated what would have been an inevitable demise. I'm pretty sure everyone's, like, the general expert agreement is that WeWork wouldn't have worked for much longer. And, you know, and everyone in the real estate business was, like, so confused that it was, like, raking in so much, like, alleged money, because they were like, we do this on a smaller scale and it's not that great. It's just one of those things where people are, like, making things that are again, solutions to problems that don't exist. Solutions to problems that don't exist because we solved them already. And the response is usually yes, but what if we had an app for it? Because WeWork also had an app. You gotta remember that. Like, anytime someone makes fun of tech bro stuff and it's like jokes about having an app or something attached to it, it's usually WeWork related. Man, this is 94% cleaned. I'm actually kind of staggered. But yeah, but have you considered lying to investors? Yes! Yep, you know, like, that's, you know, what do I know about these sorts of things? Very clearly there is a trick to this, and that one weird trick is just tell them what they want to hear. A lot of investors are vibes based these days. Like, I just sort of wonder. But yeah, I heard, like, I'm probably gonna, like, listen to, like, Behind the Bastards, the WeWork episodes after this now, because I really want to hear their take on it. Because I do like the sort of, like, chaotic nature of Behind the Bastards. It's definitely not super informative, but it gives a good sort of groundwork and detail and stuff, which, you know, it doesn't have to be, like, the biggest explanation of everything. Honestly, I should go looking and see if they've got some, like, good Australian bastards. Sorry. I'm reminded of a recent article from Tech Club saying we can save costs and have a greener economy by using sheets of fabric to move ships instead of conventional engines, and the instant response was, yes, fuck it, it's called sailing, has been a thing for the past few thousand years. Yes, but does sailing have an app? Does sailing have an app? God, I just, like... See, the more steps you put into something, the less interested I am in it, and, like, adding an app to something is, like, a bona fide way to make me check out mentally on your project and idea. Because I just don't need an app. I don't want to have to, like, pull my phone out and do something. Like, if I want to fuck around with my car, I want to, like, just be able to, like, turn a key. And if my car starts doing something weird, I'll just take it to a mechanic rather than pulling out an app. Because I don't trust that sort of thing to tell me accurately what's going on anyway. I'll let some guy pull out the internal computer and see what it says and fix the problem. I see a smart app that has a bunch of sailing specific apps built in. I think like apps that help you with, like, navigating or give you weather updates and stuff like that, that's cool. I'm okay with that. But it's like... but it's like, when someone, like, the typical, like, the WeWork app and things like that, like, the app itself, it's like, well, what does it do? Like, what does it do that actually helps, like, people work in this area? And judging by how it, you know, the guess is it doesn't, because, obviously, if it did, we wouldn't be having a conversation about how WeWork fucking imploded. Let me just wash the eagle. There we go. Nice. Anything else? Yeah, we got a really fucked angle here. Please be clean soon. Okay, good. That's clean. Got any other funky shields around here? On the inside of his fucking grill? Are you kidding me? Let me just defy gravity here a little. Get up in the nitty gritty. Oh god. This is safe! I am safe! We are all safe here! We're safe! We're safe! Safe! Yeah, I can take it down to Stubby. Okay. Ow. We're not safe. Anyway, yeah, so long story short, I am wary of technology intruding into our lives, not because of like security risks, which are obviously a thing, but just because I don't trust the people getting involved in that sort of thing to not just like fuck it all up. You know, it's like Homer Simpson's car. You know, when he designs the car for his brother, and it fucking sucks ass and bankrupts the entire company. Like every one of those guys that comes out is just like Homer making that extremely confident and just like they're not making anything. Good grief. Alright. How much more of this have I got to do? A lot more. I may need to get up onto a thing. Yeah. I'm gonna climb up on this side. There's a ladder. Yeah, it's wild to imagine that we're 99% done right now. But some of these things take up extreme amounts of like real estate, so there's probably a lot more left to be cleaned than meets the eye. I'm gonna have to really poke and prod and peek and squeak. We got the orcs playing. Okay, that one's done. I got the other one already, didn't I? Oh, there we go. Okay, got the filtration system. Hatch porthole. Anything else? Oh, there is something. Yep. Cockpit handlebar. Tricky to get up underneath these handle things. There we go. Still a lot left to go. Can I like be really clever about this and sort of... God, the game has a sort of a catch yourself and climb back up system. There we go. Oh yeah, this entire side's got to go. Okay, it's the Garmin MAQR Captain. It has apps for sailing, GPS, autopilot, boat data, race timers, fishing info, and even a man overboard tracker. That is like a real kitchen sink phone, like watch app. That is like the Homer car in a lot of ways. Like, do you need the race data? Like. Arguably the fishing data as well. That's funny. That's funny to me. We need both racing and fishing. Good lord. I keep saying that, but it really is just a good lord yelling scenario because there's so much fucking weird ass shit going on with this thing. Okay, we're really getting there though. We're almost done. the head well cleaned. The stubber mount. Because it's so big, it's a lot easier to see when the game's sort of flashing at me to tell me that I haven't, like, gotten a bit. I think this one's a Warhammer Age of Reckoning one. Man. Okay, we are at the stage now where I cannot easily see what I've missed, so I'm going to need to start getting the tablet to assist me. The shoulder sockets, which one? Up there, huh? Okay. Get up there. Whoop. Nope. Yeah, generally speaking with the these things, I haven't really added any new like ways to like move around or anything like that. Oh yeah, look at that. This'll finish it off for sure. There we go. Cool. So we just need the battle cannon body, which is obviously here, and the reactor housing. Sure. Alright, well, let's get the battle cannon body isolated here. Where are we at? Yeah, okay. There's gonna be lots of, like, little squeezy spaces. So it looks like we've mostly got everything here. There it is. Alright, reactor housing. Where do you put the reactor in a night? Where are you housing it? Okay, well that makes sense, I guess. You win this time exploding. Let's go up. Up at the top. They also have the Marker Commander, which includes built-in topographical map, stealth features, night vision capability, and jump master mode for calculating high-altitude jumps for Halo jumps. Okay. The funny part being, I can't help but imagine that the stealth options don't turn off its, like, Wi-Fi connection or something, so, like, if someone actually wants to find you, they can still track you. fucking smartwatches, man. Here we go, we're cleaning! Look at it go. Look at this. Oh, so beautiful. Chant of the Electromancer complete. Engine seer, it is glorious to see a night so illuminated. I feel its motive force yearn for its destiny. Update. I'm told that our forces are now fully assembled, cleansed, and boarded for withheld strategic Estimate B785. The Knight will spearhead the vanguard. It is vital the redacted heretical consider this our full force, while Redemptor Dreadnought Zachiel is dropped behind enemy lines. Trust that we will soon hear of our momentous triumph. May the will of the Omnissiah guide us to a glorious end. Well, guys, it's time to repair one of my favorite Warhammer 40,000 vehicles, the Thunderhawk gunship. Chant of the Exalted Crusader initiated. Urgent, engines here. Heroic Thunderhawk gunship, the Adeptus Mechanicus chapter designation, Blood Angels, has returned from the assault upon withheld strategic Ostermere B785, requiring your complete attention. Communications confirm that the restricted artifact Hedge class is on board, and the Venerable Archmagos, identity declassification level X563, is on standby to assess its viability. Objective. The gunship's exterior is befouled by noxious contaminants from the redacted heretical. Extensive sanctification must occur before the vehicle is approached by the Archmagos. Data recordings taken from deployments at the assault will be relayed during your rites of cleansing. By the will of the Omnissiah, the tides of war may soon be turning in our favor. Oh, okay, so the stealth mode does turn off all of that stuff. Okay. Well, there you go. I love the Blood Angels, and I love the Thunderhawk, and I love that at one point, and I don't know if they can still do this, but at one point the Blood Angels could attach a Land Raider to the bottom of the Thunderhawk and just drop it in the middle of battle. You could deep strike Land Raiders. And everyone was like, when I talk to people about that, I'm like, but that's so efficient and stupid. And I'm like, yes, I love it. I want to do it 100 times. I'm gonna do it because it's stupid. Okay, so we're not gonna be allowed inside this, so let's just give it a quick squirt. Battle of recording. Battle of withheld strategic Astomir B785. Come on, tell us the rest. Approaching rendezvous point. Is that it? God, the frame rate actually juggles a bit here. Visual confirmation of Night Paladin engaged with redacted heretical. Okay. Just use codenames, damn it. It worked for World War II. Or did it? Picks up an encryption for his own floor. The knight is bringing honor to House Hawkshroud. Well, while you guys are having exciting, fun things, I'm just going to clean my favorite chapter's stuff. Redacted heretical. Moving reserves away from protection of the restricted artifact H-class to engage. Okay. Well, I guess we managed to secure the H-class item. Diversion complete. Preparing to drop Redemptor Dreadnought Brother Zachiel and our Battle Brothers behind enemy lines. Why are they my favorite? Okay, so the reason why I like the Blood Angels so much is because they are, in effect, the best example of how absolutely, like, screwed up the Imperium is when some of their best and brightest heroes are, like, coping with some of, like, the worst defects. But at the same time, in spite of this, in spite of all the terrible things that happened to them, in spite of the fact that Chapter's nearly been wiped out so many times throughout its years, and some may argue that they might have even been better off just letting themselves get wiped out, they come back, they keep fighting, and they never stop being those guys who try to do the right thing. The Blood Angels, to me, are just like, you know, they're sort of emblematic of, like, the higher points of humanity. Yeah, everything's fucked and everybody sucks, and you don't know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. Like, the Blood Angels are still out there doing what they got to do, even though they've had this horrible hand dealt to them. Like, nothing that's happened to them is their fault. What has happened to them has just been the horrible circumstances that have occurred and happened to them. And they choose to be loyal, and they choose to be strong. And they falter, and they stumble, and they get back up and they keep trying. That's why I like the Blood Angels. Yes, I like the Lamenters as well because, well, Blood Angel successor chapter and all that. But yeah, they're like I love the Blood Angels. The Blood Angels is my favorite chapter, my favorite first founding chapter. Like the Lamenters have only ever been punished for doing the right thing, and have only ever suffered for it. They're good. They're good peoples. So yeah, that's why I like the Blood Angels. I think, you know, and like I get like the whole thing with the Sanguinor and all that stuff is kind of wacky and silly. And honestly, I try not to think about the Sanguinor. I forget it exists, and then I remember he exists, and I'm like, fuck. But like I remember Mephisto and how Mephisto became who he was because in spite of everything he just resisted what was happening to him. You know, there's that one chaplain whose entire thing is simply that he should be dead. The Black Rage should have destroyed his mind, but even through everything that's happened, there is enough of who he is that exists in there that he still wants to do the right thing, and as a result of this, you know, they put him in stasis every time they're not fighting and send him in, and he just leads the others who are likewise just as overcome with the Black Rage as he is into battle to strike where is necessary. And red ones go faster, yeah, that too. Yeah. The blood angels, they don't give up. They're still looking, still trying to figure out a means to fixing what their problem is, to overcoming what has happened to them. You know, and they take those little signs of hope, like Mephisto, or you know, or other things like that, and they accept the tragedy of those like Captain Tycho, who succumbed facing the, he succumbed facing against the orcs on Armageddon. He just, they accept the terrible things that come, and they keep trying, and they don't give up hope. So it's really funny because it's not even like the vampire stuff or the angel theming or like they're really pretty for the most part. No, it's not even sanguineous. It's the fact that these guys just do not fucking let it get them down, and also that they drop land raiders on the enemy. The Death Company is pretty badass though. I like the iconography of the Death Company a lot. It's very striking. I think that's kind of where it sort of works really well. Is it like, for a non-codex chapter, like, they do a really good job of standing out on their own and looking really cool as well. Like, it certainly helps that their theming and everything is really cool too. Like, their color scheme is a wonderful, wonderful color of red. Not too bright, not too dark. And I guess that's the Blood Angels in a nutshell, really, when you think about it. Not too bright, not too dark. I hope that answered your question. Because if not, I can keep talking about the Blood Angels. Oh, how they've nearly been wiped out so many times. I think Abaddon's had like 1 or 2 cracks at them. They nearly got entirely wiped out dealing with a Space Hulk. You know, like, nearly just like almost the entire chapter nearly got eaten trying to clear like a horrible gene stealer ridden Space Hulk. And they have more last stands than most other chapters. Like, have regular battles, like fucking poor Dante, Chapter Master Dante, this guy who is like older than old. He knows pretty much all of the other chapter masters when he was old then. Like, he turns up and Manius Calgar goes, yeah, no, this guy should be in charge. He turns up, and the Primarch of the Space Marines goes, the Primarch of the Ultramarines goes, he's fucking amazing. If I recall correctly, Dante personally knew Sanguinius. He did not. The Sanguinor is hinted to be one of Sanguinius's retinue, but Dante himself has only been alive for about 1,000 years. So, like, Sanguinius wasn't around then. Sanguinius was killed back during the Horus Heresy. But even then, like, most Space Marines are like, they're functionally like very slow to age, and even Dante is like showing his age. Well, I mean, like I said, only 1,000 years in the grand scheme of the Imperium, that's a blip. In the life of a Space Marine, that's impressive. And the Space Marines live for a very long time if you don't kill them, and that's part of the thing. Is it's just like Dante could probably live for a very long time. That's a lot of saves to roll. I would like to remind everybody that the super mega hive tyrant of the Tyranids fought Dante in combat and did not win. The super mega Tyranid life form that the hive spits out whenever like the going is really, really tough, lost to Dante in their first ever fight, which usually doesn't happen. Yeah, it's 1,100 years now. It was like 900 when I first got into it, but like, the timeline's advanced a little now. But even then, it's just like Rowboat Gullyman was even like, goddamn, this guy, this fucking guy, and put him in charge of like the part of like Imperial space which is on the bad side of the rift, the giant tear in space. It's just like, no, this guy's in charge. It's like, this guy is pretty much the only one capable of, like, managing this shit. Even, like, Lionel Johnson back. Lionel Johnson isn't running the show still. They gave it back to Dante. Like, Lionel Johnson's just helping out. He's doing his own thing. I think they realized advancing the timeline was probably, like, the best thing they could do. Because they were, like... The biggest problem, obviously, is to, like... If you want to add new things to the entirety of the franchise, it's going to be very hard to sort of come up with stuff without some measure of technological advancement, especially for the Space Marines. Because we saw what they eventually came up with, the Primaris, and a lot of stuff involving the Primaris, and a lot of sort of new technological changes that come as a result of Gulliman coming back, which means that they were able to actually do stuff. Also, Dante killed Scarbrand at least once. Hell yeah, he did. Look, I'm not saying Dante is like the thing is like, the other great thing about Dante is he's got all these accolades and he's done all these things, and no one ever goes, oh, what a Mary Sue. No one ever goes, oh, he's just Games Workshop's pet. Like, everyone just goes, this motherfucking dude is so old, he will not die, and no one can kill him. You know, and that was what we all loved about Yarrick, and then they killed Yarrick, and I'm still mad about that, and I'm still waiting for, like, Ghazghkull to come out and beat the holy fuck out of Angron for that. Like, that's all I want. I want Ghazghkull to, like, get revenge for Yarrick. That is the only outcome I will accept, Games Workshop, okay? And it has to be a permakill. Angron has to, like, permanently die. He has to have his, like, he has to be wired so hard at that he, like, de-atomizes and unforms and ceases to exist. That is the only way that this ends that I will accept. I just want Ghazghkull just yelling Angron out of existence. And Angron's last words to be like, dude, chill. Yeah, like the... That said, Sanguinius is a pretty cool concept for a character too. The idea that he's like, was depicted as a sort of like, to like, the people on the planet he landed on who were like, you know, Baal is like a horrible fucking... just like a horrible death world caked in like nuclear radiation and ruled by like horrible monstrosities, and everyone's sort of like feeble and fucked up. And then like, you know, a baby angel turns up. But the truth of the matter is he's just as much of a mutant as everybody else. And in spite of all this, he comes out fairly well adjusted, man. Like, that they did that to Yarrick. They better have a plan involved that doesn't just like end it there, because like, come on, man, you can't do Yarrick dirty like that. What do you expect when the Emperor incubated him in Red Bull? he incubated the Primarchs in a different flavor of monster, and he did Sanguinius in Red Bull for some reason. The worst part though is Horus was in Mother, the original flavoring. Y'all outside of Australia ever have to deal with the energy drink called Mother? I'm really interested to hear if you, because I probably told this story before, but it's a hilarious story. Yeah, so Coca-Cola for some reason decided they were going to get on the energy drink thing here in Australia. I don't know what they did elsewhere for it, but they really decided they were gonna make an energy drink, and they were gonna make it like this, like all natural ingredients thing, and they were calling it Mother, as in like Mother Earth. Like, this energy drink is all like natural ingredients. It's like, you know, it's good for you, and it's like, well, no, it's not. It's going to explode your heart like every single other one. But I get what you're trying to say. And so they made it, and they put it out, and it tasted awful. Like, it was like a genuine case of, did you not taste test this? Did you not have a bunch of people that you gave this to and then, like, you know, like, carefully analyze the amount of vomiting up of their guts you did? And I guess the answer was no, because they you know, they sold it for a little bit and took it off the shelves for a little bit, and then it came back with a new flavor. And so that flavor stuck around for a while, but they did an ad campaign for it, where, and I shit you not, this was an actual ad that ran in Australia. They send in an armed team to kill the people who made the original mother. They like send like a SEAL team in the ad and kill everybody involved in the making of the original mother. And so many people called in to complain about that ad that they then had to pull the ad and ran an ad afterwards, which was like, well, okay, you know, we got in trouble for making the drink in the first place. We got in trouble for like doing the ad where we unmade the drink. But you know, we're going to we're instead going to depict. We're going to show you guys via stick figures how we killed the people who made Mother. And so the ad just ends up being a fucking sequence of like New Grounds tier stick figures beating up a bunch of people. Like, I shit you not. Like, I almost forgive them for everything they did, just because they just went, like, we are already in way too deep in fucking this shit up, let's just keep going. It was so good. But yes, it was just like, they made a terrible tasting drink, they made a extremely like, oh man, I don't think you guys are gonna get away with this ad. And then they followed it up with Newground stick figure fighting. Because they were just like, well, surely we can't get in trouble for this. So yeah, but I don't drink energy drinks because honestly, like, they all taste awful to me. Some people are like, oh, just get the mango monster ones, they taste like mango, and it's like, oh my god, like, mango is pretty sweet as it is. I don't think I'm gonna put an energy drink in my mouth that's already like that sweet and then full of just like fucking murder your heart paste fucking caffeine and guarana and stuff like that. I know America's had a bit of a thing with you know, lemonade being a little bit too much for everybody. That just blows my mind. Fucking Panera Bread, yeah, like the Panera Bread fucking does like super murders anyone with like the mildest heart condition put in with like the regular drinks and not even the energy drinks. Like, the worst part is they stuck with it. Like, after the first time, they stuck with it. So they've actually, I think they've got like 2 lawsuits on them now, don't they? It's just like, dudes, like, maybe just don't the lemonade, you know? Because all everyone was doing on TikTok and everything like that was like talking about how it was actually going to murder you. Like, like everyone was like, if you have this, you're going to feel like you're dying. Why are you selling this product? Like, to catch the people who are like vaguely interested in the idea. Surprise, it killed people. Not just one person. Like, what are you doing? Like, I expected this kind of thing from a Judge Dredd comic. You know? Like, you know, like a really, like, I can picture it too. It's just a regular day in Mega City 1, right? And this one guy, Johnny Lardbutt, he's one of the fat people, you know, like that they had, like one of those grossly obese people that have to like walk around with like a tripod under their belly the whole time. And he grabs one of those drinks and he just goes fucking nuts. Like, he goes out of control on his little gut scooter and he just starts smashing through things, and Judge Dredd is chasing him on his judge cycle and just yells, you know, he basically just yells like a random like 2000 AD swear word as the bullets miss, and the guy like slams through a house and out the other side, or through a block and out the other side. Like, Judge Dredd just goes grud, and like eventually like his heart just stops and he falls over, and Judge Dredd arrests the guy who makes the lemonade stand that had like the killer lemonade in it for like, you know, for basically assisting in all of the crime that just happened. Like, that's probably happened. They probably wrote that before Panera Bread made their death lemonade. You had to consume multiple drinks to hit LD50, but Panera had a goddamn free drinks policy on the unlabeled energy drinks. Ah, yes, that'll do it. I think it killed the one girl after one, though. I think she only had one, but she had like a health condition, so she avoided energy drinks, but they didn't have it with the energy drinks. So yours is a bit more grim, cool guy. Mine's like, it's one of the silly episodes, like the silly one-shot stories where just like a morbidly obese dude like just goes on a lemonade-fueled rampage, and Dredd just sort of follows in his wake, trying to figure out the best way to like shoot the guy and stop him. And eventually the guy's heart just gives out. And then everyone just gets arrested. And they all sort of look towards the reader with like a goofy, stunned look on their face as Judge Dredd arrests them for what they've done. And maybe the last panel is another judge or somebody making a comment about, you know, like, oh man, Judge, you're like, man, Dredd, you arrested so many people for this. And Dredd just walks off and goes, well, when life gives you lemons. Am I wrong? Is there someone from 2000 AD just just gonna like walk into that and just be like, oh fuck, we have to cancel the next issue. Yeah, every so often I'll just like hear about something and my brain will be like, I'm pretty sure I read that in like a Judge Dredd comic. They'd run it anyway and say, tell me, they'd gaslight me, fair enough. Man. The underside armor's done at least. I didn't even notice I pulled the underside armor. I was too busy like talking about Judge Dredd. I am the law. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I want the guys who did the RoboCop game to make a Judge Dredd game. Just fucking do it. You've already proved that like 2 out of 3 times when you made a movie license like first-person shooter game, you did pretty good. Just do Judge Dredd. Good grief. I'm saying that a lot, because I just keep looking at the dirt and just being like, man, there's so much dirt on this thing. Like I'm having like in-character moments about it. Yeah, it had caffeine and guarana and then like lots and lots of... Battle of Withheld Strategic Ostomy B785. Oh, I'm so happy. Battle Brothers engagement confirmed. They don't do it often, but when they do a moving part bit, I fucking love it. Enemy position breached. Redemptor Dreadnought Brother Ezekiel advancement confirmed. You can move the wings. Remember, these things can space travel. So they can X-Wing. Acquisition of restricted artifact H-Class complete. Bring her on home, boys. Brother Ezekiel proceeding to extraction point. Nice work, Brother Ezekiel. You are the coolest Dark Angels Dreadnought I've ever hosed down. I'm like pointing. I washed that guy. I washed him. Oh yeah, yeah. I've done. Yeah, I love the Final Fantasy VII DLC, like, which is free apparently. Like, there's like a lot of moving parts and all the stuff I did say that earlier, and all of it is cool as fuck. Like, seriously, getting to be up close to this thing is a treat. Like, this is why I was kind of really excited for this DLC. Not solely because I love to sink hours into this game just watching things, and it's a very de-stressing kind of game. Because, like, no matter what, you're making progress. Like, no matter what happens, you're going forwards. But it's just, like, it's so chill, it's so relaxed, and people just tell you interesting stories, although most of the stories are redacted. I have no idea how redacted these stories are. Here we go. Little shame I couldn't get the music running. Or if there was music, which we seem to think there wasn't. But, thankfully, I have Dawn of War music always on standby. Let me just see, let me just check something here. I'm gonna go into Steam for a second. See if I just have the Mechanicus soundtrack in here. If I've actually got it installed or not. I don't. Do I not? Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, it looks like I just don't have the soundtrack. Okay, we'll just keep going on this. I don't want to boot up YouTube. Ah, it's fine. I don't want to boot up YouTube and go through a playlist for it or anything like that. Like, we'll just keep this running. These are good tracks to sort of relax to. Doesn't require YouTube. Oh well, I would still need to download it while streaming, so like, nah, I'm good. Don't worry about it. Mostly, I just, you know, I'm not confident in my internet connection, so I don't want to like dink around with stuff in the background. Whew. Yeah, there's just a lot. I love the wee woo of the spinny bit too. That makes me feel good. All right, how we doing? Pretty good, all things told. Like, the underside's looking pretty clean. I feel like the Chaos Gate soundtrack has followed me across multiple computers as well, like the original one. You should probably delete that link. I don't know what Twitch's stance is on linking to MP3 files for free on other websites, so just delete that. Or I will have to delete it, and I'm not sure I know how to delete it without accidentally banning you, so... Like, I appreciate it, but it's like... It's kind of like something awful. You get in trouble if you link files. Okay, I'll delete it then. Let's just hope I can do it without killing you. Okay, let me know if it kills you. Let me know on Discord if it killed you. and I'll come in and I'll unban you. But good. Yeah. I don't know what the stance is on that sort of thing. Like, running it on YouTube is kind of a cool gray area, because it's YouTube, but like, I'm pretty sure you can get in trouble for that, so... Holler if you're dead. Let me know if I killed you. It's like, I shot a man, and I'm like, you alright? You good, bro? Ah, dear. I've got the Chaos Gate soundtrack just burned into my head. Oh, this is the Tau song from from Dark Crusade, I think. Good old town. Still hoping once Rogue Trader. I hear Rogue Trader actually got a massive update recently, which like fixes a lot of the problems that it had been having in a lot of ways, and has been adding lots and lots of more content. So I'm gonna have to try and revisit that sometime. And yeah, no, it just yeah, I'm gonna have to, because for those who don't know, I did try and play the game, but it got very crash happy. So I stopped, and I never ended up releasing the video of it, of the stream on YouTube, because it was just so crash happy. I was just like, I can't do that. That's just. I'm probably not putting up the World of Horror one either, just because there's something about it I don't like. I don't know, I can't define what it is, but I was just like, I wasn't sure I want to put it up. This one I'll put up. I'm actually having a load of fun with this one. Not to say I didn't have fun with World of Horror, I don't know. I'm applying weird, uneasy standards to things, perhaps. Anxiety standards, but this is good. I like this. Because this is fun. This game is so good. PowerWash Simulator is the best game ever made. This is a very much a chill stream. This is like a stream people can just like lean back and vibe out to, because there's nothing exciting going on. There's plenty to talk about, and you know we're only 28% clean on this fucking thing, by the way. Thunderhawk gunships, man, they too big. Then again, I haven't exactly been you know, I haven't exactly hit the wings yet, or up above it, so it's like, we haven't really even covered like 50% of the shit. We haven't even done the underside yet. It's probably the best way to put it. Like, the underside isn't even like half of the vessel, like, there's still so much to do. But boy, there we go. Boy howdy when we get it done though. That ping that it makes is gonna be so satisfying. Plenty more things to wash off up the top. I wonder how hard it'll be to add chunks or solid bits. They've never bothered to do it. I think it just kind of goes against what they're basically trying to do, which was ostensibly, it seems, build cool locations or like, you know, set pieces and stuff, and then give you the satisfaction of seeing what they look like once you clean them off. Because they've certainly got interactable bits and pieces in it. There's multiple achievements in this game that involve like pushing soccer balls around with like the hose. So the game has physics. The game could do like chunks being stuck to things and like, well, like no mechanic changes, just a graphical one. Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't know in regards to that. That still might go against the kind of the aesthetic design that we're going for, maybe. I don't know. They probably also decide maybe like the way they do the dirt on it kind of like is often made to look like there's chunks. Like, so they might have just decided that was good enough, since they're already putting in all the effort to like design these things. Because like, especially in the case with the DLC and stuff, those aren't just like Unity models bought off the internet or anything like that. They've actually like put the work in to design these places. They fit in with the aesthetics of like everything around them. Like they've spent the time to like just like make all of this, and then build the vehicles. Because I'm not familiar of any game that has a Redemptor Dreadnought in it of that level of detail, or an Imperial Knight. You can't just like rip that out and do it. They've made these things and then like broken them up into models and stuff like that. So I guess like, I don't know. And like even the way that they layer on the dirt is very, very considered. It's probably the best way to put it. They very clearly thought about like where the filth should be when it's spread out on things. It's not just like they put a dirt texture on it and then we're just like, now wipe it off. Like there's a deliberate design to everything they've done. Which, to be honest, they didn't have to do, because this is a game about spraying water to make dirt come off. And they've gone a mile and a half for this. It's crazy. I'm so glad they did it. It's my favorite mile. There we go. And still more and always more. These landing gears alone are just like, I feel like I'm never going to get them finished. Where is the dirt on our retraction actuator? Are you the actuator dirt? Are you the dirt? There we go. Sweet. Sweet! Okay, we can move on with our life now. Over to the next one. Yeah, no, this is a good game. One of the things, like, if you ever just like pick this game up, play through like the regular like story mode as well, because it's actually incredibly wholesome. Like you just doing your silly power washing job, as people talk to you and they tell you about your life, and they tell you about their history and stuff like that. Like the work you do, like enriches their lives, and they make you feel really good about it. You don't just like do a bunch of stuff and everyone goes, "Hey, it's $20 now, fuck off." They're like, come back and contact you later for repeat business. You know, you'll hear about the things that they've been doing in the meantime, and they'll thank you for what you did previously, and they'll tell you how, because you did this, they were able to sort of make use of that, and, you know, and that enriched their life, and now they're doing this. And it's just like, it's really just wholesome. Obviously, we're not going to get anything about that with here. And the Tomb Raider one heavily implies that Lara Croft is stalking you the entire time you're cleaning, which is interesting. She makes a comment when you're cleaning her obstacle course about it having plenty of hiding spots that she can use to like spy on us while we're cleaning, and she doesn't go haha GK. She just lets that hang. So she's probably just messing, but like, you know, she's British, and you know they're like. Yeah, why am I being paid in dollars? What the? Currencies don't work. That said, you don't get paid in clams in the SpongeBob DLC either, so I don't know. Is clams the currency in SpongeBob? Or am I just like making assumptions? Or am I confusing it with the Snorks? And Gil for Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, you know what, actually? I didn't even think about that. I didn't even remotely think about that. My immersion's been ruined. I have to like stop this immediately and then just like refund it. Any second now. Just gotta stop it and refund it. You know, having logged like probably more than 20 to 30 hours in it, I gotta refund this kid. It broke my immersion at the end of all of it. I wonder if they're like do any other DLC, because as far as I'm aware, this was they announced this one, then they did Back to the Future, which is an interesting one as well. I assume they actually use real money in SpongeBob, because I remember Mr. Krabs holding fistfuls of like bills. Sorry, claws full of bills at some point. So they wouldn't be clams. I might have been confusing that with like the Snorks or something. You know? I always press that. Holy cow, this undercarriage. This undercarriage could be its own country. I wasn't gonna say I bet there was a SpongeBob SquarePants wiki entry about what the money is down there. But I do distinctly remember Mr. Krabs being very money-oriented. Known units and amounts of money in SpongeBob SquarePants is the US currency, loosely supported by the fact that Bikini Bottom is part of the United States. Known amounts include the penny, nickel, dime, quarter, $1, $5, $20 bill. Largest known unit is a $100 million bill. Well, there you fucking go. Straight from the SpongeBob wiki itself. No wonder Mr. Krabs is in the drug trade and does gangster rap, according to my YouTube recommends. Thanks, YouTube. What's the weird thing it's recommending me at the moment? Because YouTube's always trying to get me into stuff that I just don't watch. Like, it wants me to get in on, like, VO essays about all these sorts of other things. And it's like, well, you watch this podcast. I'm like, yeah, but that's different. It's like, if your like, video isn't, like, about one of my already established specific likes, I probably won't watch it. And, you know, there's a lot of things I like, so it should be pretty easy for him to find stuff for me. I especially love videos making fun of just, like, how, like, the Saudi Arabian countries just really like designing really dumb buildings and cities. like that they just don't know, they just make awful ideas and make them happen, or sometimes just draw up awful ideas and then just, like, spend lots of money not making them happen. My personal favorite one being The Line. You also get dumb Sonic parodies with that ends with Sonic telling Robotnik, "You die tonight." Ah, you know. That's what you get for leaving rings out, not like handing out the correct forms. That said, you know, a lot of the cursed Sonic ones I get is just simply because I watched the video of the fan dub of Sonic Adventure 2, I think it is, where you know, Eggman declares he's just gonna piss on the moon. Yeah, the Lion City is like, that's one of those things that just makes me furious whenever I see it, because it's just like such a badly designed concept. Basically, it's just like, what if we made a city, a really fucking long city, that was only like half a kilometer wide. So it was just like a big line, ensuring that, like, just getting around is a fucking nightmare. And that everyone's just packed together like sardines. It's like, what if we made a dystopia in the middle of the desert? Because of course it's there. Because, lest we forget, most of what's out there is desert. Like, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's not where I'd put a giant city. Recommends a 100-minute video essay about Soviet sovereign citizens all over the world, narrated by an amateur musician, reporter, improv actress in Leeds. I do get that one in the recommends, but I'm just never in the mood for sovereign citizens. As funny as they are, I'm just like, if I watch this, I'm just gonna, like, lose faith in, like, just in a lot of things all at once. because it's just always like, because it's not sovereign citizens do exist in Australia, and it's not quite as funny. It's not just like a bunch of really like super demented people screaming at a cop. No, I wasn't driving the car, I was traveling in it, while they get beaten up and tased because they drove through a school. You know, it's not stuff like that. Like, there's a large like indigenous population in Australia who obviously got completely fucked over by legal, like almost sovereign citizen levels of like legal bullshit when the first fleet arrived here and basically, you know, quotation marks, colonized the place. And so a lot of them have hooked onto it because, well, you know, when you think about it, a completely bullshit claim got written into British law to allow them to do the horrible things they did in Australia, so why shouldn't they be allowed to say the same thing back? So I don't find it as funny, because it just kind of reminds me, yeah, like, this is the situation we're in because of that terrible declaration that Australia was land belonging to no one. Yeah, like, yeah, don't, like, cities in the desert, like, they don't work so good. And if they, you know, if there's a river in that desert, then you're building on a floodplain, which, you know, maybe the river won't flood, but, like, it happens. I know that Carl Jobs guy has a video coming out. It might even be out already. About this one streamer who claimed to blindfold one of the harder boss fights in the more recent Monster Hunter stuff, and basically just like they kind of made it a little too obvious the first time they did it that it wasn't really legit, just by a few like things they did, which sort of hinted that they hadn't really ever done it before, because they were like basically constantly doing like horizontal camera adjustments, or like, sorry, vertical camera adjustments, which like they would always do when they were playing regularly and kind of forgot. But apparently they did the second one and were like, hey, look, here you go, look, see all this, like, there's no way you can see through this, and then they did it. But apparently he was like, but I can prove that one was faked and cheated as well, but I'm putting the video out next week, and that was like a week ago, so I'm sort of like waiting to see what comes of that. Because, you know. I like his channel does a lot of, this guy cheated at Minecraft speedrunning, and here's how he did it, and here's how he got caught, or here's how after like 6 or 7 years we finally caught this guy who'd been cheating at Call of Duty Zombies and setting records, and here's how we figured that out. And, you know, I find those sorts of things very entertaining. You know, like, as always, like, don't go out and like yell at the person who did it, because like, whatever, it's just video games. Data recording, Battle of Withheld Strategic Astamir B785. Hey, I know that guy. Extraction point almost secured. Preparing for retrieval. I do wonder what it was. I wonder if they'll tell me what it is they even got. The redacted heretical flee before the might of Brother Zachiel. Explains why I was so excited when chest butt plugs were a thing people talked about. Wait, they're not fleeing. They are parting. Oh no. Brother Zachiel might be in danger. As if Brother Zachiel's gonna lose. He's in a codex. He can't lose. Yeah, new target observed. Emerging from the ground. Oh no, it's a giant mole. by the Emperor. Redacted, heretical. It's a mole. It's a very big mole. A moly, moly, mole, mole, mole. Oh god. Look, the chest butt plug thing was funny to me because, firstly, people thought it was people were genuinely, without any shred of evidence, thinking this was a thing that happened. This is the thing that kills me about this, alright? Alright, so everybody understands this. The #1 chess player in the world, last year, got beaten by a guy who, by most people's metric, just wasn't on the guy's level. Right? And the guy had also, in the past, been busted for cheating in online games of chess. Like, he'd had his account suspended. He'd done it before. He had form. So everyone was like, well, like, and even, like, the guy, like, the #1 guy was like, he's a fucking cheater. Like, he couldn't say how the guy cheated. Like, he couldn't figure out how the guy cheated, but he figured out, he basically was able to work way ahead of the guy and win, right? So, like, he beat the #1 chess player, and the guy was just not happy about it. And so people naturally started to do their own sleuthing about this to try and figure it out. And somehow, someone cottoned on this idea, because there was no, like, generally speaking, when you cheat at chess, you need somebody to be able to sort of give you signals on what sort of a move this person might be making at the time, and, you know, and how you might want to move to work against it. A lot of it is like observing how your opponent plays and maybe identifying from the moves as you go what is the most appropriate move to counter whatever strategy he's going for, right? And having somebody else from a different direction, like watching it, might give you a better angle. It's not a surefire way to win, because, like, obviously not every strategy is going to open the same way, but there would be some fold over, right? So there was this idea that someone was telling the guy, but, you know, you can't carry electronic, like, you know, you can't have your phones on you for this reason. They check you for, like, carrying, like, fucking earbuds and things like that would allow you to get messages from somebody, you know, and they make sure that you haven't got someone sitting behind them doing hand signals at you. Like, they go to great lengths to ensure people aren't cheating. So it's like, well, okay, well, how did this guy know? Short of, you know, having done his homework and managed to get lucky. And as it goes down, people just go, well, he must have had something that was on him that would give him vibrational cues as to what to do. And so, naturally, people are like, well, they get checked before the game. You know, they check it to make sure they're not carrying anything. They do a sweep. It's ridiculous they do a sweep, because cheating can be so prevalent in this game. And and everyone just goes, well, clearly he had the cheating item where nobody could find it. And it's like, well, okay, well, where can a human being hide something that gives them signals and people wouldn't be able to tell where it is? Well, it couldn't be the mouth, because you could accidentally swallow it, and that would be bad. So, naturally, everyone just went, it's in his butt. You know, all these weirdos online went, he has a vibrating thing, egg, butt plug, whatever, stuffed up his backside, and he's getting vibrational cues communicated to him via his sphincter being given the old... I don't need to tell you how stupid that sounds, right? Like, I don't need to tell you how dumb that theory is. Like, it's been already, like, sort of stressed that that's not possible. Like, it's insane. But people, you know, people were doing it. People were, like, saying, yeah, no, he's doing it. And so what happens after that is, like, this Chinese guy wins a tournament match. Yeah, some guy in China wins, like, this big chess tournament over there. I think it was chess. Pretty sure it was chess. He wins, and he gets disqualified, not because of cheating, not because he got absolutely fucking blitzed partying and, like, I think shit in the bathtub. So because he put the game of chess into disrepute, they basically, like, they took his title off. But for some reason, there were people who were like, he cheated as well. He cheated. He had some, like, this is the new chess code that like chess players have. It's not that you lost because the guy figured out what you were doing and. Yeah, I know, right? Disrepute. That's the game predominantly played by countries with like really horrible dictators. It's in disrepute. So, like, people are claiming this guy also did it. This guy also did the butt plug maneuver because they can't find any evidence that he cheated. So naturally, all the people just claim, well, this man also cheated by putting things. It's like, no, he just because firstly, did anyone check the bathtub? Did you find his vibrating communication device in the bathtub? Because he very clearly shit in it. Like, I really wasn't expecting to get into this again, but seriously, like when we all see it, when I play Neo and die, I go, yeah, that was my bad. I got caught out. That was my fault. I got cocky. I got beaten. The average chess player loses at Neo and probably like goes, screams, someone put shit in my pants. You know, like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you people that you can't just learn to like accept that you're not like all godly omnipotent and that maybe someone who is below you can get lucky? Because your game isn't about like physical fitness and training, it's about managing to outmaneuver your opponent. Like, you can win a lot because you're able to like hide where you're going, but people can get lucky against you. So yeah, like, and the best part is like the guys that like got beaten, they're not the ones that came out and came up with these theories. These are like people who are like on message boards and stuff, like Reddit and Twitter and things like that. Like, they're the guys coming out with the butt plug theories. There's no evidence to show anything relating to this theory, and they're just like, aha, it's got to be a butt plug. There's got to be a vibrating super butt plug in there somewhere. Gary Kasparov has embraced that weird Russian time compression conspiracy theory. What? What? Because Kasparov was the guy that lost, wasn't he, right? Is he saying that his opponent stopped time so that he could win? He stopped time, he got out of his chair, he wandered over to his mate, unfroze him from the time stream, they sat down together. They, no, this came later. Oh, okay. Please explain to me the, okay, Kasparov, okay, good, alright, cool. But he thinks this time compression is real. Which is beautiful. Like, these guys are playing too much Final Fantasy VIII. Don't you see? They junctioned us to Hades and now we can't remember our moves. I'm just like chess players being so like deranged, like to like suggest that someone should like put like fucking vibrating super things in their butts. Kasparov won his first match against Deep Blue but lost the rematch a year later and was apparently super mad about it. Yeah, I mean, computers, man, they get there eventually. He moved his opponent deeper into gravitational wheel, slowing down their perception of time. I just accept that you lost. Like, you lost once out of like a million matches, so what? And you lost against a guy who once cheated. Well, you know, people can be good and cheat. Like, people can be good at something and choose to cheat. Like, it's lame, but they can do it. Like, far from that, there are plenty of, like, you look at the history of speedrunning, there are plenty of speedrunners who have been really good at the game and have cheated because they felt the pressure to win. Or they didn't care about who they were, like, cheating with. You know, there are plenty of famous names in speedrunning who have been caught cheating. And the question has always been, well, why did they do it? They didn't need to. Well, they felt they needed to. And yeah, exactly. There's always a thing about some people think that because they're good at it, well, they deserve to be on the victory podium. They've earned getting this far as they have. So what's wrong with a little bit of the old spicy not doing things correctly? And obviously the answer is, well, there's plenty wrong with that. You get caught and you get disqualified, like, usually. Like, I hate to tell you this, buddy, but you usually don't get away with that. New chronology. So that's the Russian time dilation conspiracy theory. Oh boy, I'm probably gonna go down a Google rabbit hole. Down the rabbit hole. Oh good, down the rabbit hole. Another good place to like lose like a lot of time and brain cells to a good old drawn down conspiracy lane with an expert explanation. The conspiracy theory further proposes that world history prior to AD 1600 has been widely falsified to suit the interests of a number of different conspirators, including the Vatican, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Russian House of Romanov, all working to obscure the true history of the world, centered around a global empire called the Russian Horde. Of course. Doesn't sound like a very flattering name, though. The Russian Horde. They call it like the cool kids club or something. The hamburger men. Like, maybe it's just me, but like, I don't get mad by the idea that like a robot can like do certain things better than I can. Because guess what? 9 times out of 10, that's literally all they do. You know? Like, I got so much on that robot. Like, yeah, it's like, okay, dude, you can beat me at chess. That's all you're designed to do. All you're designed to do is play chess. I'm gonna go eat a burger now. Guess what you can't do? Eat a burger. That's right, motherfucker. I win. I can commiserate my loss knowing that I, the superior flesh being, get burger, and you don't even get to realize you've won because you're a machine and they don't program you to feel joy! Fucking ruined. How's that for your existential crisis, motherfucker? And if that sounds like cope, it probably is. But it's still true. The incredible chess cope. But it's incredibly powerful. Because that's nose armor. There's probably like a little nook up here. If I manage to not fall off the goddamn thing this time. Oh my god, stop banging my head. Yeah, look at that. There's all this side armor bullshit up here. Anything else? It is kind of cope. Yeah, but you know what? The machine couldn't even... Like, the machine cannot get mad about losing. The machine cannot reach over the table and shake your head and say, that was a great game. Like, losing to something that's specifically designed to defeat you is like... I can't feel like that's a loss. Because this thing was quite literally designed to defeat me. Like, what am I fucking gonna do? They've sat there, they've gone through all the shit I did. Like, they've gone through my entire, like, performance discography to beat me. Like, what am I gonna do about that? Like, reinvent chess so I don't lose? Just, like, fucking... Like, what can you do, right? Like, what can you do except just cope? Because it's like... Like, you can't even get mad at it and say, you motherfucker to the machine, because it ain't programmed to like, respond. Reinvent chess. Which, of course, is called cheating, by the way. So the real trick is to just continue cheating. I need to check something here. Yeah, I think this is a completely different side, so that's fine. Yeah, I don't know, like like I said, I'm just like you can't get mad about the things you don't control. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks that, you know, they made a machine that was better at the chess than you. But guess what? You're probably still better at most human beings that play chess. Like, they're not going to legally allow a computer to, like, enter the tournament. And if they do, it's kind of weird, to be honest. Chess boxing. Oh god. Chess boxing is so weird to me. I'm not a huge boxing fan. I think I've said that before. Like I see like people doing boxing of any stripe, and I just watch people punch each other in the head, and I'm just like, I do not like that. Like I'm just too like I'm too easily made queasy by watching people just get like smacked around the skull. Like I can't do it. There we go, finally got that side armor built done. You know, I'm a bit of a squeamish boy when it comes to that sort of thing. Oh, okay. The lead-ups prototypes to Deep Blue were welcomed in tournaments with real people, and they started doing too well. See, I wouldn't have done that. I'd have been like, nah. Nah. Because, I mean, you look at it. What are those things doing except learning off of the people playing? It's like the AI stuff at the moment with, like, everything. All they're doing is just learning off of us. And at some point, they're going to, they're going to start having, like, learning off of one another. And then they're going to forget how to play chess properly. And they're going to be awful. And they're going to start fucking up. Just like AI does. Yeah, no. See, to me, letting them in the first place is a bit of a mistake. Like, machines that play chess should be considered a cute curiosity, not... You know... Yeah, I mean, it's cool that they're developing them, and it's great for, like, development of, like, intelligence and everything in machines and stuff, but I wouldn't have allowed them into my fucking sport. Just don't do it. Like, just... Like, that would have just not the correct move to play. And, you know, and if we'd all remembered the lessons from the Russian Horde back in, like, you know, 1599, before the whole thing collapsed and the Vatican took over, like, we'd probably understand this. Sadly, history is doomed to repeat. Eventually, I guess, probably. I don't know. It might not actually be doomed to repeat. At least not literally. I have said I do quite like goofy conspiracy theories like that, though. Like the one that sort of thinks that actually humanity was like an extremely technological advanced society, and like all the ruins we see are fake. Like they were made to cover up the demise of this extremely powerful techno society. Knowledge fight might be fun for you. That sounds vaguely familiar. Remind me what knowledge fight is. Like, Cool Guy and I've already talked about my fondness, my fondness for the Jesuit conspiracy theories that happen. Like the Titanic being my personal favorite. Like the idea that the Jesuits wanted to make the Federal Reserve, but there was this guy, this bank guy, and like two other dudes. They were very opposed to it because you know, the Jesuits wanted to do it to fund a world war in Europe, right? Oh, the world's most extensive podcast about the human mess that is Alex Jones. Yeah. I don't. That's where I heard it. I think someone mentioned it. Like keeping on top of the absolute torrent of like nonsensical shit that streams out of that man's mouth mindlessly is just like Like, I don't think I would do it even if you paid me to do it. Listen to it maybe, but actually, like, try and just, like, keep up with the misinformation he just vomits on a regular basis. To the point that one of the hosts was asked to testify as a witness at the man's trials. I think one of those guys that was actually on Beyond the Behind the Bastards as well, talking about Alex Jones, if I recall correctly. So now I sort of recognize who you're speaking about. Yeah. God, that's gonna like. But yeah, it's just like this idea that like, because these like 3 dudes were like, okay, we don't want you guys to make the Federal Reserve. They were like, we have to kill these guys, but how can we do it without arousing suspicion? And most people would be like, there's no internet right now, dude, just kill them. Like, what are you fucking gonna do about it? Like, you know, right? Like, no one's gonna put the pieces together if you just killed them. And so naturally they went, no. What if? And they reach over to like JP Morgan, and they're like, dude, what if you spent massive amounts of money building a gigantic boat, the largest seagoing vessel for carrying like passengers that will ever be seen in our lifetimes? Build that, load it full of people, and then we will have a specially designated temporary bishop in place who will who will then act as captain of the vessel and destroy the ship, ensuring the deaths of these 3 people so that we can establish the American Federal Reserve so that we can fund a land war in Europe. That's the theory, by the way. That's the theory. And of course, Morgan went, yes, this is a brilliant idea. I love the idea of just like sinking like so much money below into the depths of the ocean, all in the name of killing 3 men who you could very easily kill with like a guy with a gun. Oh no, this is the Jesuit theory that like Cool Guy and I found while we were talking about stuff about Jesuit sorcery, because I got really confused as to why people thought Jesuits were sorcerers, and it was obviously because they had good responsibility with money, so they had lots of money and everyone wanted their money. Until Jack wrested the gun away from the attacker. Well, he doesn't have to do it on the boat. You know, you could you don't need to build the boat at all, like, to commit a crime on that level. You know? But apparently that was what they needed to do, so they did it. And the plan went off flawlessly, which is the best part. You know? Like, all 3 of those guys who could have just decided not to get on the boat that day for one of various reasons, got on the boat and you know, didn't survive. They didn't get to a safety raft. They didn't somehow manage to survive in the water until rescue came. They all died, like, perfectly timed. And it's just like, well, I mean, you know, if it works, it works. They must be a lot cleverer than me, because I would have been like, yeah, there's so many things that could go wrong with this extremely expensive plan. My personal favorite conspiracy theory is the Knights Templar are still around as a bunch of nice people in Portugal. That's the best conspiracy theory I've ever heard. So what are they up to now? They're just hanging out. Really? Yeah, no, they're just chilling. Like, they just, you know, they're having coffee on Friday if you want to come around. Like, they're plotting dinner, yeah. You know, like, we're always gonna sit around and just, you know, see how things are going. Like, conspiracy theories have gotten a lot less funny over the, like, more recent times, just because the people who believe in them are getting, like, significantly more brain damaged. You know, and we should be living in an age where a lot of these things should be a lot more obvious as to be complete, like, fabrications and, like, overactive imaginations. Yeah, for some reason we are less informed than ever before and convinced that Is that the plot where the plot of Hot Fuzz came from? Would not be surprised. They certainly had the conspiracy going there in Hot Fuzz. Yeah, it's just like you just like everybody like I know why people get into conspiracy theories, but it's like these people are taking the fun out of conspiracy theories. Okay, where are you? Where are you, John Dirt? Reveal thyself to me immediately. Is it you? Flat Earthers are making a comeback? Really? Because I thought all the Flat Earthers, you know, they went off to QAnon. Which is probably the most depressing episode of Folding Ideas I ever watched. It was just... Yep, that happened. QAnon... oh my god. Thank god QAnon is dying. QAnon is like the lamest conspiracy theory that ever existed. Like, it is literally the conspiracy theory that is my uncle works at Nintendo. As a conspiracy theory. Okay? Like... And it's done so much damage to people's brains. You know, the idea that there's some guy, totally trust me bro, on the inside, who's sending you weird, like, messages on, like, a shitty image board. And he totally knows what's going on at any second now, any day now. Yes, halfway through the episode. So anyway, they've all gone over to QAnon. Like, when that happened, I was just like, no! Everyone's response to that folding ideas episode is just to go, no! Oh, God. But yeah, it's like, it's literally the my uncle works at Nintendo conspiracy theories, and it makes me so mad because there are so much funny conspiracy theories. Like, Flat Earth was way cooler. Because you had to sort of, like, you know what's really, really cool? No one ever conspiracy theories about anymore except in the King Kong movies. That there is an Earth inside the Earth. That is sick as fuck. Like, I know it's not real, but wouldn't it be cool if it was real? Isn't that like a really cool, like, fictional setting? An Earth inside of an Earth, and there are, like, really fucking weird shit down there. Yeah, Fallen London works like that. Fallen London is good like that. Like, I was thinking about one of my favorite, like, story devices from, like, some of the manga I've been reading recently. Or I've read in the past. And I think... Flat Earth isn't a fascist mess, but it could be. It could be if you prayed hard enough, it could be. The problem is it's really hard to fight NASA when you're a conspiracy theorist, because you are dealing with people like for Flat Earthers, because you are dealing with somebody who does have like the receipts, and also you've got to try and convince us that not only is NASA in on it, not only is like most of the world in on it, including like the International Space Station and things like that, but you also have to convince us all airlines are in on it, and that nobody at any point has ever come out and like spilled the beans and revealed the truth. But like this thing that I was like going to talk about is these settings, and in these settings, mankind got a little too technologically advanced, and accidentally like one country got supremacy over the other ones, and built like a huge network of satellite systems that would basically just blow the fuck up out of anybody that like basically operated above a certain like height. So what this basically did was destroyed the capacity for a space program, destroyed like a lot of long form air travel, like to certain degrees, and basically ensured that like things like ICBMs and whatnot, stuff that goes up high and then comes down, just would not work because it would get shot down. And so, yeah, so generally speaking, like I've read two different settings with that, and what it does is it allows like the setting to sort of go back into like conventional warfare, whilst having sort of pseudo high technical stuff. It's kind of cool because the idea is that yeah, like no, there was a really big country, I think it was America in one of them, and it got really, really advanced, and the surveillance of their people got really, really advanced, and eventually the people just got sick of the shit of the government and like worked to overthrow it, which was a disaster unto itself, and basically nobody has the keys to these things anymore, so nobody can stop them. The other one is, well, you see, what basically happened was the Earth entirely tilted on its axis like 90 degrees, and now like like fucked up destroyed the climate, destroyed like everything, and so everyone's just been trying to rebuild. And unfortunately, our world police satellites that kept everyone from behaving, no one's in charge of them anymore. That sounds like the plot to Armored Core 4. Well, it's a good plot, and it doesn't. And funnily enough, most of these do involve mechs, but it's just like it never gets used enough, in my opinion. Like it's my favorite trope. Data recording battle of withheld strategic Astamir B785. Oh yeah, cool. We get to find out what happened with the fight there, with the redacted thing against the Dreadnought. The Astra Militarum are in disarray. Commissar Franz has redacted unconfirmed. Oh, okay, whoops. Franz, my buddy, I cleaned your tank. You better not get that shit dirty again or I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna spray all this PowerWash directly into your fucking mouth. Extraction impossible. The redacted heretical prevents our approach. It's getting exciting. I bet they're gonna cut off here and I'm gonna have to like wait till I've like cleaned 75% before I find out how the battle went. The restricted artifact hedge class will be lost. This looks like a job for a Thunderhawk gunship, I guess? Hold, brothers. One of the tanks is broken through. Ooh, is it Franz or is it my Land Raider? Is it my boy the Land Raider? Is it my baby boy that I washed with my bare hands? Yeah, they didn't ever mention a Hans to go without Franz. A Uranus scenario. Yeah, like I just like that as a storytelling thing. It would never work as a conspiracy theory because obviously we can go into space and we can fly planes, and we don't get shot down, you know. But as a storytelling trope, I am very fond of the oops space. I also recently got like my eyeballs on this manga that came out relatively recently, and it's called Versus, not Final Fantasy Versus. And it's basically like it starts out on this fantasy setting where humanity is like absolutely been pushed to the wall by like the demon lord's army, and so they send out all these heroes to sort of act as this big massive distraction and maybe try and kill some of these demon lords that work for the Demon King, so that they can like, you know, so that they can try and, you know, survive one more day, because humanity's been basically just been pushed to like this hidden castle in the middle of like, you know, this rocky mountain. And then it's by the author of One Punch Man. Ah, cool. Because that definitely sounds like something he would do. So the plan, like, you know, and it follows this one of the heroes, and he loses. He gets soundly thrashed by the demon lord he faces, and he gets picked up by his brother, who's like one of the lead mages of like what's left. And he's like, we did it. We've put all the teleportation sigils all together. We're going to connect to another world full of people who might be able to help us, full of other humans. And so they do it. And they connect. Initially, they think, oh yeah, we've connected to another bunch of people. And then the people of that planet are all like highly technologically advanced, and they're like, oh god, maybe it worked. We opened the wormhole to your world. Maybe you can help us deal with this, like, the AIs are out of control and they're killing humanity and are adapting to our technology faster than we can kill them. And then of course they discover that not only that, they've managed, like, basically all at once, all of these different worlds have tried to contact other worlds through different sorts of means, trying to find somebody who'll help them, and all they've managed to connect to are other worlds that are being destroyed in various horrible ways. There's like one where it's like giant kaiju walking around, another it's like the alien, there's like this highly advanced alien species that will just like come out of nowhere. They're completely illogical and can't be properly communicated, and will just destroy everything. It's just called Versus, and it's by One, as it said there. And like there's another one where it's like there's like a race of parasites that are living in human beings, or another one where it's like a race of like just like flesh-eating giants that like use humans as slaves, or another one where like a bunch of people have genetically manipulated themselves into like superhumans, but they have no moral compass and just like delight in torturing the old humans. And it's just like it just goes on, and they're all just like oh fuck, what are we supposed to do now? We've just created more problems. And they're like, what if we get them to fight one another? And that's the entire premise. And it is a great treat because it's got that One Punch Man sign of escalation that it does really well, and it does really well at sort of drawing out the hope, and then just taking the hope away. But then it's always escalating, and it's always escalating in an incredible way. As human beings are just desperately trying to find a way through this, and I'm just really looking it's still pretty early on, so there's nothing major to be spoiled, and I haven't really spoiled any major character stuff or any characters. But there's one thing I'm really looking forward to, because there's one world where the people who were in it were just we just prayed to someone else, to something else, in the hopes that we could get away from this. Apparently they've got God, and they're God is out there, and they're constantly reminding each other not to pray to God. So I'm really looking forwards to seeing what happens when someone inadvertently prays or intentionally prays to God. Because God doesn't sound like he responds, or it responds very well. It's pretty great. It's so good. The moment on what the current episode just ended on might be some of the funniest shit I'd ever read. In a manga or anything like that as well. The end of the current manga is just so fantastic. The current chapter. But yeah, there are so many things that to look forward to in this. So it'll be interesting to see how it progresses and how it ends, because it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It really understands how to to give a win and then immediately take it away. So that's why that's I just sort of I read through that last night. I really enjoyed it. It's just like I've always said, my favorite conspiracy theory is always the one that the world wars never ended. They're just going on underground, and that's why volcanoes are erupt, and why we have earthquakes, where seemingly there's no tectonic plates, even though obviously we know how that works. It's they don't just occur where tectonic plates grind, that's silly. But in their belief system, in their crazy conspiracy belief system, it's because everyone's still fighting a war. No one's talking about it. At no point whatsoever has a tank from this war popped out from underground by accident, or been routed out of a tunnel as the only way they could get away. At no point has anything happened that would suggest there is actually an underground war going on. But there's an underground war going on, according to some people. When I was much younger than I am today, I took part in online role-playing wrestling federations where people would play as anime characters and shit like that. It's these days everyone just wants to laugh. Not that they're Goku wrestling Kaneko Man, but they all want to fucking LARP as the guy who wants to save the world and reveal all the truth. And at no point whatsoever do any of them ever just go, hey, why don't we just go I'll be Goku, you be Kevin Mask, and let's just have fun. They destroy their lives over the dumbest shit when they could be enjoying their lives on the best dumbest shit. They just don't get it. These people just don't get it. There's so much more interesting and fun things you can do with your imagination than just conjuring enemies to be mad at perpetually. No, NASA and the CIA aren't trying to stop you from knowing there's a flat Earth. Why not, instead of just being convinced there's a flat Earth, why not just make a message board where everybody roleplays a flat Earth and different places on it, and come up with all sorts of stuff, and everyone just has fun? Do that. You're already role-playing. You're already role-playing like you're a correct person. Just pretend you're Baron Humperdinck of Southeast area. Just do that. Southeast area, wow. Just play D&D for fuck's sake! Yeah, that's basically what the SCP guys did. Exactly, the SCP guys took a conspiracy theory idea, something that could have very easily been a dumb conspiracy theory, and that probably there are some people out there who do think is real, and just use it to make collective stories. And they're fun, and they're interesting, and everyone shares their ideas, and you know, and people make really terrible games on them. But also sometimes some good ones. And it's inspired, like, new storytelling. You know, it inspired analog horror stories you see on YouTube, which are amazing, like, ways to occupy your time. And then, like, Dead by Daylight have released, like, a hero, like, sorry, not hero, a killer based on the concept of analog horror, and it's really cool how well they got it. And it's just like, do these things, do these cool things, and you will see more cool things being made out of it. Control is a fantastic game that I would totally stream if it wasn't for the fact that combat makes me want to tear my hair out sometimes. And also, it makes my computer chug for the most part. There's a lot going on in Control. It's just like, man, this is taking way longer than I expected. This is even longer than the night. This is gonna take all night and then some. And it's just like, fucking stop it. Stop. Stop being dumb. Stop thinking really stupid conspiracy thoughts. Like, just come up with really cool stuff and enjoy it. Like, make the fantasy worlds you create something people can enjoy and partake in, you know? It doesn't have to be original. It can be as derivative as you want, because it's yours. Don't let, like, your obsession with the idea that NASA's gonna, like, come into your house and, like, steal your photos. Just make cool, fun stuff, you know? You don't need to have an enemy working against you in your head. The world is, like, a weird, random, dumb place. I'm sorry, I'm getting like PowerWash madness now. But I still feel like I'm right. Like, just fucking go. You're already LARPing. Just go make a fun role-playing world instead. You know? Fucking start a fucking fake wrestling federation where everyone's Dungeons and Dragons races. It doesn't even have to be like Dungeons and Dragons. Make your own rule set. Just fucking, like, just do it. Just like make Blood Bowl but wrestling, like pro wrestling. Fucking do it. I fucking don't dare you. Like, just be stupid. Just be stupid. But be stupid for fun. Don't be stupid because you're mad about things. When you think about it, the rock is just an anagram for two different variations of the orc. Got the fantasy and the 40k one. Just take one of the letters out and anagram it. If you wow what the orc is cooking, please, like, just do that. Just fucking do it. And honestly, there are, like, multitudes of, like, fucking, like, RP boards and things that people are still doing around with, like, that are just, like, massive multiverses of things. Like, every so often I'll, like, try and Google something, and I'm just like, and I end, like, of a person or a figure, and I'll just type the name slightly wrong, and I'll get sent to one of those message board communities, or, like, the wikis that they have for these, their personal wikis for their, like, these fantasy, like, message board stuff. I'm just like, hell yeah, they're still going! Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. Like an underground war that is still ongoing is sick as fuck. Make, like, a fucking, like, RPG setting about it. Get someone who knows numbers. Make a rule. Fill it all out. And fucking sell it. And you'll make more money than you will, like, you know, sitting on Twitter and being, like arguing with someone about how, no way, dude, that earthquake, that's a howitzer that someone has fired in, like, a giant underground cavern to kill the whoever the fuck it is. Yeah, what if King Arthur was a woman? Okay, but how many sex scenes will I get with her? All of them. Damn, man, you sold me. I'm in. Damn, I'm in. Oh dear. Someone is going to show up and actually quote how many sex scenes are in Fate Stay Night, I am sure. It doesn't matter because I'm pretty sure the general consensus is anyone who's even like seen one page of dialogue from Fate Stay Night will agree that the sex scenes were not designed to titillate people. The sex scenes are a punishment for getting into the story. The sex scenes are a punishment for wanting sex scenes. Not even the characters having sex are enjoying the sex scenes in Fate Stay Night, from what I'm told. It's just like... I just live in perpetual, like, confusion when it comes to that stuff. But it, you know, man gotta eat. If this is the medium you gotta work in, you work in that medium. And then when you're out of that, when you can stand on your own 2 feet and you don't need to do it anymore, then you release a version that doesn't have it in it, which is what happened. Like, so as bad as glop glop. My brain is rapidly re-erasing that memory as we speak. Never elaborate. Never elaborate. I'm just... Oh dear. Look, I am almost certain that a large number of people have started their careers in writing having to write smut. And then, like, under a pseudonym or a pen name. And since then, they've gone on to, like, you know, get out from under it. You know. Like, there is one example I can give, but I really don't want to, like, talk about it. Because it's actually kind of horrific, and I don't want to, like, I don't want to ruin anyone's day of, like, one particular author and a work they made a long, long time ago before they made it big. That said, cool guy, I am 100% looking forward to explaining, a little bit more to you about one of the character artists for Fate Samurai Remnant, because it's the guy who did the Valkyrica Chronicles character designs. And let me tell you something. Writer might be the most powerful human being in existence. I'm just gonna say that. I'm not gonna say... Because obviously I don't, like... Yeah, he's putting the gun to the side of his head. He remembers, what's her name? Sylvia? The Valkyrie lady? She's quite a fair bit of... quite a fair bit of female anatomy. Well, boy. Boy, oh boy, have I got things to show you and places to go. Sylvaria? I don't know. She was the first Valkyrie lady that worked for, like, the bad guys. I can never remember her name. Like, honestly, like a lot of the characters' names are like bleeding out of my head now. I wouldn't worry too much about it. But yeah, like, you know, I will say though, like, no. Yeah, I don't remember any of the VC magical girls because they were functionally interchangeable human WMDs, much like Jedi. True. I'm gonna say this though, like, when I say writer is powerful, it's like, yeah, he's famous for like he can do really good normal character designs, and he can also do extremely crazy character designs. But what people don't know is he draws like the sexiest grandpas in existence. Is this supposed to be punishment detail for the Mechanicus? Yes. Yeah, no, writer draws the sexiest grandpas in existence. Just... Okay. if you want to, like, everybody but Cool Guy can do this. Google Fake Grand Order James Moriarty. Just do it. Just fucking do it. You'll see exactly what I mean. Like the man can draw. And he can draw anything and make it look really, really good. That's what's so funny about it. Is he gets a lot of flack for like the proportions for a lot of his drawings and the other things. He draws what he likes. And if he wants to, you know, he can draw pretty much anything. It's scary. Like I said, he's powerful. His power level is beyond mere mortals. And if he wanted to, he could just draw sexy grandpas for like the rest of his life, and you would just be like, damn, this man, he has just filled my world with sexy grandpas, and I do not know what to do. Man, did the pilot drive the entire Thunderhawk through a muddy lake or what? I mean, they were fighting against Nurgle, and he did have to land somewhere to pick up something, so it's entirely possible they had to land in like a lot of dead Nurgle things. But yes, this is taking forever. This is like the longest cleaning of all of it, because this thing is just like, even though it's like, I guess it is, if you put it upright, it would be taller than the Knight. It's just, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of bits and pieces to sort of... Oh. Okay, so there's like a little bit somewhere here. Bet it's in a like really fucking weird spot right here. Reveal to me your secrets, game. I want to finish the clean. Oh, it's up there. I bet it's up there. Where's my fucking step? Think I can't get you? I can get you. There you are. Get my head stuck on the stairs every time I go up it. There we go. Keep in mind, we still have to do the wings. We still have to do the upper wings. We are not even remotely close to done yet. The game says 73%. That's a lie. We are not 73% done on this fucker. There's no way we are 73% done on this. Well, we are, but it still took us a long time to get here, so it's going to take us a long time to get the last 27%. Goddamn. So yeah, like... yeah, anybody who's actually assembled any of these models just knows that, like, the sheer level of, like, everything that goes into this is not an exaggeration. And the sheer amount of work that would have gone into painting it and getting it set up would have been pretty incredible. Okay, so that's the wing mount. I need the wing engine. Oh god. It's just so much to do. This is my life now. The Magus is waiting too. He's like, what's taking that motherfucker so long to just like hose down a Land Raider, sorry, a Thunderhawk entirely by himself? What is he doing? You can actually 2-player this in the regular story mode, and then like 6-play it like multiplayer. And they really wanted the thing too. Like whatever this thing is, they were like really excited to be getting it. So they're probably like super mad it's taking me this long. You're the one tech priest who gets pumped and volunteers for power washing duty. I fucking love it. Praise the Omnissiah. I met Commissar Franz and Commissar Hans and they pumped me up. Sorry. Sometimes I get a little wiggly. God, they're just so much dirt to disrespect. Well, they wouldn't do a time limit on these stages because they have a time attack mode in the game, so they don't need to do that. So yes, I could go back and time myself speedrunning this if I wanted to. There's probably PowerWash speedruns out there, because this game would probably be pretty ideal for like figuring out weird like techniques without having to get into like really ludicrous stuff, because it's not like speedrunning like Viscera cleanup detail where you learn like how to stack buckets full of water without spilling any of the water in any of the buckets. You know, like, this is just you walk around to different places and you use the right hose, the right distance at the right time. Was it Bruce Lee that said, "I am not scared of the man who has run 1,000 different games. I'm scared of the man who has run one game 1,000 times." That was Bruce Lee, right? He really wanted to get into speedrunning, but they didn't really have video games that you could speedrun back in his day. He's like, well, I guess I'll just pass away then. Ah, dear. Stand on the engine for a second. So much to do! Like, you'd think you could breathe a sigh of relief because of how far I've gotten, but then you remember I've got like the wings extended up. Could probably bring those closer, hey, now that I've brought those down, but I want to get in and clean under there first. I wonder how many people who like became bank robbers and stuff back in the day, you know, if they'd had the opportunity, just would have done something just as degenerate, like speedrun games instead for the internet. You know, how many violent crimes would we have avoided in the planet's history if like we just taught like them how to how to just Yahoo up a set of stairs really quickly to skip sort of that Bowser's infinite stair loop, you know? Really makes you think, especially when you've been power washing for like nearly 5 hours now and your brain is a fucking puddle. Good God. I was like, we got the night done, the rest is easy. The night was not the hardest thing I have had to power wash in this game. This thing is just... This is on crack. Remember to soothe the power washer's machine spirit with a 2-minute interval. No! My power washer and I are in perfect sync. We understand that this is a mission of the most critical nature. I had to think about a word then. I was like, critical, what is it? Ah, yeah, that's right. The thing I'm affronting right now, nature. I could never stop cleaning my Blood Angels Thunderhawk gunship. I would never let them down. I will clean until there is naught more to clean. There we go. I was like, come on. Be clean, you son of a bitch. Be clean! Oh my god. 77% cleaned! Oh baby! Definitely not losing my mind. It's funny actually, I was really worried when I was like gonna start streaming. I was like, God, I hope I can like keep talking about stuff. The problem is I can't is not that I can't find anything to talk about. It's the problem that my brain is now completely disengaged from my mouth. Oh, there's still something over there, but we'll worry about that later. Oh, main engine. Okay, it's just the main wing engine over there. Don't worry, we'll get back around to it. There's still a lot of stuff left, like the Isle of Mist along the way. Cause look at this shit. All this shit down here. All these angles I couldn't attack with my cleaner. Thanks for joining me, Blumlin. You'll just have to wait for the VODs to see what this thing looks like clean. You'll just have to wait and see what this thing looks like when it's all shiny and nice. I intentionally kill the VOD before it's clean. I just stop playing before it's like the last ping. I stop recording. It's like playing that only up game. Where it's like, hey, stop, don't stream this part. Everybody should get to this part by itself. I will just stop streaming. I've been waiting for this song to come on. It's like the only spoken word track in the entirety of all of the things I've got. And it literally started with the sound of like a Thunderhawk coming in.
This cluster of worlds stands on the very edge of the Imperium of man. From this frontier, near the Blood Ravens, a chapter of the Emperor's own Space Marines. Now savage aliens seek to overrun the sector and break the Blood Ravens once and for all.
See, this is how I know the shuffle has, like, we haven't gone through all the songs, because we hadn't gotten to this song yet. It's like the only non-moody ambient track in the entirety of, like, the set.
Death is the servant of the righteous.
It's like the unashamed, like, dorkiness. Ah, the canard. You cleaned the canard. I knew what a canard was once, not anymore. I deleted that information from my brain intentionally. Okay, cool, I got it. It is weird to be playing like this song with the talking in it. Okay, there we go. I think that's a Tyranid. We're good. Still need to find like a spot for the side sponsor. That's a really awkward spot for it. Might have to pull it over here. Don't much care for having to like haul this thing around. A little higher. Okay, cool, there we go. Alright, we can get back to what we were doing. Yeah, I don't know where on the main wing engine that last bit of dirt is, but we'll come back around to it. We'll keep the good times rolling here. Did I even clean the front part of this? I did, good. Okay, cool. Oh boy. Just getting clean. Gotta make it longer. Let's get out the long dong. Just trying to think if there's any other, aside from Total Warhammer 3's DLC, like Throne of Decay, because they've recently just like added more to Shadows of Change, and it's seeming a bit better now. They didn't really change how any of the factions play, so Changeling's still like a really easy game. But oh, here we go. Unauthorized comm data recording. Battle of Withheld Strategic Ostermare B785. Let's hear it. What happened? Did my boy Land Raider beat the shit out of these guys? This is Private Bork of the Penal Legions reporting. Oh, the Penal Legion saved the fucking day! Well, what do you fucking know? He's gonna get fed into the fucking into the enemy and die. See, the situation requires someone with scant regard for self-preservation. Oh boy, we got a redemption story happening here? Vulcan Skull. Oh no. I've commandeered Professor Francis Rogel Dawntak and I intend to deliver it directly straight into that sniveling redacted heretical. Vulcan Skull would definitely end up in a Penal Legion. Impact in 5 seconds. Mark my final words. Redacted. Please be redacted. Please be redacted. Yes! That was the payoff to all the redacted the entire fucking time. They were building to this the entire fucking time, and I realized it just at the last second. I knew what they were doing. I was saying, you can't just keep doing the same joke over and over again unless you've got like a really good payoff plan. You know, it's like, it's fun to do it, but you can't just keep going to the well. You need to have a plan for that. Like, people will let it pass in like Warhammer 40k a great deal, but you got, like, if you're gonna really lean on it, you really got to have like the right stuff for it. And they did it. They stuck the landing incredibly well on that one. It's so Mechanicus as well. That's the best part. Is that was like literally the most Mechanicus thing that's ever happened. An emotional moment in a battlefield. Hey. Well, he might have also just died. You don't know. But, wait, I cleaned that tank and they just fucking dirtied it again. God damn it. I swear to God, you put all this work in. You put all this fucking work in. Let's see what happens. Anyway, like, this is the part where I reveal to you there's actually another one where we go outside and we clean the whole ship. And then I lock the door and nobody gets to leave. Not even me. Oh, I love this song. It's a Shadow of the Horned Rat, if I'm remembering correctly. Or a remix of it, putting Dark Omen, I can't remember. For those who don't know, there were 2 games released for Warhammer Fantasy back in the day. Plastic book, I will dig my way out if I have to. Well, then we all get to escape, so I'd like to see you try. Because I regret locking myself in here as well, because I'm getting hungry. Anyway, the Shadow, it was original. The Shadow of the Horned Rat and then its sequel Dark Omen are wonderful games. They're not the best in terms of gameplay. The gameplay's kind of aged a bit, but they were like Total War style games before I think even Total War was like a thing. I'm almost certain Shadow of the Horned Rat was. and you play an Empire mercenary army captain named Morgan Bernhardt. And Morgan Bernhardt has his own dinky little mercenary company that he basically gets tricked into owning. It's kind of funny. He's like the sort of the irrelevant son of a lesser noble, so he didn't really have much ahead of him, and he ends up getting sort of tricked into taking command of a mercenary army because they needed a guy to be in charge who you know at least had a relatively good bit of competence and confidence, and he kind of gets bamboozled into doing it at a tavern, and so he becomes the commander of the Grudgebringers. And it's like, to start out with, it's literally just cavalry and some swordsmen. And he's got like his family heirloom, which is a sword that periodically can shoot a fireball. And he goes from that to being one of the only non-Gotrex and Felix people to ever just like absolutely dunk on Thanquol. Because the Shadow of the Horned Rat is about this entire conspiracy formed by the Ratmen, who aren't real. And they have essentially managed to get a warpstone-infused axe to an orc warlord, who they then can whisper suggestions to via the axe, so that he can attack Imperium, like holdings in the Empire, to act as a distraction against the against his own works. So Thanquol can like work on essentially like getting to this elven like menhir in the middle of nowhere, and like basically usurp the magic from it, and knowing Thanquol accidentally destroy the world, because that definitely seems like something he would do. And then as you go on, no, you get the crossbowman as a recruit. After the first mission, you can recruit the crossbowmen and they become your Grudgebringer. In Dark Omen, which is the sequel, you start with the cavalry, which Morgan Bernhardt is inside of. You've got the swordsman, led by the first Sergeant Gunther. He's name is Gunther Schmidt or something, I don't know. Then you've got the crossbowmen, and you've got the cannons. But you don't get the cannon, and you don't get the crossbowmen initially at the start. You kind of get those soon afterwards. And anyway, so like this. You basically, as a mercenary captain, end up just going on this incredible adventure across, like, the old world. Dealing with dwarves, and seeing dragons, and like, visiting Athel Loren, and working alongside wood elves, and, you know, basically, the story even has, like, a choice you can make, like, in the story, in the narrative, that changes the ending. And you've got paths you can take, you've got different allies you can make, and you've just got this giant, like bunch of people that you can hire and fire, because it was like you managed your mercenaries as well. So you were basically like hiring like different squadrons of dudes, and then reinforcing them if you could, not sending them into battle if there weren't enough of them. And it was just really, really good. And Dark Omen is like more of the same, except instead of your opponents being Skaven and orcs, your primary opponents are the undead. Like, you still fight like orcs and shit in it, because like the orcs are never going to go away. But you fight you basically face down the undead, and you travel around to a lot of different regions as you go, including Bretonia and the like, as you try to get your hands on like different relics to try and prevent Dracula's resurrection. And they're like a lot of really flavorful characters and regiments that you can hire. There was like that had their own special rules and everything like that. Like, there was this unit of dudes that were like essentially peasants. They had no shields, they had pretty much no armor, and they had swords. And they were like the remains of like this town that got overrun and destroyed by the Skaven. And they heard you were going after them, so they were like, well, we're joining up. Like, hire us on. So they're cheap. And, you know, not that great at combat, things like that. Except, they had the special rule hatred for, against Skaven. So if you took them for fights against Skaven, they would hold the line and kill so many rats for you. If you sent them against goblins, not so great. But if you knew you were up against Skaven, you put those boys in the line if you had to, because they would definitely be worth their extremely cheap points. It's just a good game. It's just like probably not so great now just because of age, but you know, I really enjoyed the shit out of them. And, like the only desire to ever have in the world is that like Creative Assembly just get the rights to like Morgan Bernhardt to put into Warhammer 3. So when they do the Dogs of War release, it's just like, and here the badass is back, the man is back. And just let you do a fucking Morgan Bernhardt campaign. Even if Thankful isn't in the game yet, God knows when that's gonna happen, if that's ever gonna happen. They keep putting it off. And it's just like, come on, guys, you've already got at least 3 characters from the Gotrek and Felix novels in. Why don't you have Thankful? Oh dear. Why don't you have the Starscream of Warhammer Fantasy? Well, one of them. The other one's Manfred, but anyway, different shades of Starscream. So many Starscreams. Shame I can't raise the gun. That would actually be kind of cool. Still, I am gonna have to like lower those soon enough. We're all like, fuck me. There's still so much to do. 5 hours in, I was not expecting. We were like 3 in, and it was like 2.5 hours. I'm like, oh, this actually won't be too bad. We'll get through this pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm not sure you'll find too much Shadow of the Horned Rat stuff online, just because like in terms of like playthroughs and stuff like that. But if you do, good luck, because it is kind of cool. Like, probably one of its biggest flaws is that like you don't really get a huge amount of visual information. Like, the visuals are very simplistic. Like, all the regiments are sprites. Even if you're like panned in, you can't really see what they're doing. It's not like Total War now, where you can like watch people fight or mouse over a you know, they basically, you can't like, sorry, I got distracted. You can't like mouse over a banner and be like, ah, this guy's gonna rout because they're beating these guys, like you can get with like a Total War game. It's a lot more opaque. It's probably the best way to put it. So if you can put up with that, it's got a really nice story and very cool characters. And yeah, and the main villain is Thankful, which is great. Like, and you get to meet like fucking Volkmar the Grim and Karl Franz, and you get to hang out with the King of Zufbar for a little bit, and you meet like, you know, dudes from Athel Loren and stuff when they were a bit more like Lord of the Ring, like elves, and less like, you know, the deranged folk they are now. It's kind of funny. Apparently, Age of Sigmar Manfred has learned to use his Starscream nature as a weapon. He knows there's a perennial fuck-up. So, he engineers situations where his fuck-ups manage to screw over bigger players far more than they screw him over. That's actually kind of impressive. Are you telling me Manfred has mastered the art of quiet quitting? Because that's incredible. My mouse hand is actually starting to hurt from all of this. That's so funny. It's hurting more than when I played Trombone Champ. Strategic incompetence. I'm always in the right place at the right time to nobody's benefit. Not even my own. Especially not my own. It's like, he keeps fucking up, he gets results. Come on, Turbo Laser Destructor. Become clean so I can move on with my life. That's all I beg of you. What? There's always something. There we go. I was just about to say, there's like a tiny little fucking bee's dick. We power washed an Imperium. We power washed to start with. We power washed a Land Raider of the Ultramarines chapter. Then we power washed a Dreadnought, a Redemptor Dreadnought of the Dark Angels chapter, and then we power washed a Rogel Dawn Imperial battle tank for a Commissar Franz, who looks after a bunch of weird people and some Cadians and some Peter Legion folk. And then we washed an Imperial Knight. I don't remember where they were from, but I'm sure it was great. I'm sure they're really interesting people. That wire children into chairs and brain attack them. And then it wasn't Imperial Fists. It was like a different group. Anyway, they just had the same colors. And then we started cleaning this, and this has been we've been trapped here ever since. This is my purgatory. Is cleaning this. They finally got me. They finally sentenced me to like purgatory for all of my video game crimes. And I'm just like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna win. I'm not gonna let this thing beat me. It's gonna beat me so bad. It's gonna beat me like a government mule. Yeah. Knights are not Space Marine stuff. They're typically given to, they're like a different sort of, like, House of Nobles. They, like, probably draw lineage from, like, you know, like, mecha pilots from, like, earlier days or whatever. They're sort of noble houses attached to the Mechanicus in the same way you might get, like, navigator houses and stuff like that. Just with a lot less inbreeding, or at least a lot less, like, necessary inbreeding to keep it going. Navigators. Oh dear. Oh my gosh. We're at 90%, everybody! And I definitely don't want to die. I am going to ask. Ah! Hold on. I have a plan. Where is it? Thank God I've got the grav hand. Winks. Winks at audience. Oh my God, this fucking staircase. Let me up! You're killing me! A little higher. Wrong direction, basically. Here it is. I knew you were in there somewhere. Now go ding. Say ding right now. Say ding. Little shit. Say ding. Go ding. I suppose it's rear armor, so it's actually the entire section, so it's not going to ding because there's not nearly enough done. But I want to get these. I just know these little dirt pockets are going to come back to haunt me later, so. Swizzle. Get that fucking swizzle right in there. There we go. Think you can escape my cleansing swizzle? He couldn't. Ah, oh, thank God. Okay. It's probably gonna be more. I'm gonna have to like clean when I lower that wing. Let's just like keep the momentum going around this side. It went ding, so I'm satisfied now. Still got the wings to go too, which is like the worst part. May have slightly jump scared myself with the Ultramarines theme song. Oh dear. Wake up, honey, it's time for your 9 AM ultramarining. Yeah, for whatever reason, the Chaos Gate tracks are just way louder. And by for some reason, I mean, because of course it would. Why would it not be the loudest thing in existence? It's the Ultramarines. Come on, Turbo Laser. Perish. It's the last bidder. I think the quality on this one's very good. Too bassy, I guess. I just noticed that over there. I'm like, fuck you! Anybody else want to be dirt? I'll fucking kill you! There we go. Yeah, I think it's just the base of it's a little fucked. It's not a long one anyway. It's the first time that's played too today, I think. Whew, this is torture. They really should just like... They really should just rip my brain out and put it in a servitor, and then I wouldn't complain about this. I'd still do it. I think it's a mistake to treat Ultramarines like a lawful stupid paladin, because they're not like that at all. Like, the Codex Astartes is definitely a very sort of uniform concept, but the Ultramarines themselves aren't like, oh yeah man, like you gotta like follow the law and do things this way, or because if you don't, you fall, you get exploded. They're actually very dynamic in thought and deed, and as like Captain Titus shows us in Space Marine, like, it's the ship Marines are the ones that think it's like that way, and they're the ones who never actually advance. You know, like they're the dopey ones. Like you look at all the books that feature them. You look at the character descriptions for them. They're not really lawful good paladins. They are warriors all. They're just very proud because they come from a very long lineage, from a very, you know, from a very strong leader. Like, yeah, they're proud is probably the best way to put it. Like, they're very proud. But then again, aren't all Space Marines very proud? Like, you walk up to a Space Wolf and you'd be like, oh, so you Space Wolves are pretty hardcore, huh? I mean, you'd still be there hours later as they, like, chewed your ear off about how goddamn pretty cool they are. You know? Like, it's just, they're all extremely proud. Like, even the Dark Angels still reenact the duel between Lionel Johnson and Lehman Russ over and over again whenever they meet, because they're proud. They're proud of their lineage. They're proud of, like, you know, the Primarch that was, you know, the one who created them. I always think trying to, like, cast the Ultramarines as, like, the lawful good, do-gooder goody-goodies is, like, no, they're not like that at all. The biggest problem, I think, is people not realizing that Space Marines are like, chapters are the way they are for doctrine purposes, not necessarily for personality-wise. You could have a dour Space Marine. You could have like a cranky Ultramarine. Like the Ultramarines even had, like, when the Tyranids did their thing, the Ultramarines had an entire thing where they were trying to, like, you know, one of their chaplains was like, we need a unit dedicated to getting into like combat with the Tyranids. Hey, hi Wang. Bakery for life. Y'all cooking? Y'all making bread? Cause I am very far from bread. I am cleaning the fuck out of this Thunderhawk gunship like you would not believe. So if you could bring me some of your bread, please, I for the love of God. I've been here for hours. I'm starving. I've been doing this all by myself. They won't let me leave till it's sparkling. Thunderhawk gunship. I have that magic card. That is like a deep cut every time I get reminded that there are Warhammer 40k Magic the Gathering cards. Like every time that happens, I'm just like, oh yeah! It's like, oh right, that's a thing. Is this one of these lemon roofs? What? I don't know what that means. Yo, Hasbro wouldn't be so reliant on like trying to get people in via like crossovers and stuff like that if they weren't spending so much money on the Pinkertons. You know what I'm saying? Okay, still got more. Like, I freely admit I do know what lemon roof means. All I know is that this baby can fit so many land raiders underside of it, dropping on people. Oh, they're trying to sell D&D now because they realized they couldn't, like, make exorbitant money out of it. Amazing, I hadn't heard that. Oh, they've said publicly they aren't now? God, you can't keep up with this sort of a company, though. Hasbro probably just... Wizards of the Coast probably just doing all sorts of weird shit. I mean, considering the amount of, like, goodwill they buried in their process of, like, you know, basically being as greedy as possible and making some extremely, like, poor decisions in regards to, like, trying to make money and very much doing things that won't make the money. Oh, they're looking to do more video games now? Is that like after they realized Baldur's Gate was actually super amazing? Baldur's Gate 3? Son of a bitch. The Emperor's light cannot be extinguished. I hope you understand that now, heretic. And then I spray you in the face. But I spray you in the face on this mode, so it's okay. The bad news is that there is actually, like, there was multi-purpose cleaner in that one. So you got the residual multi-purpose cleaner in your mouth. I'm sorry, but the Emperor protects. You can sort of make out how big this motherfucker is, by the way. Let me get to the top of my my scaffolding here, my Imperial style scaffolding. Look at this thing. It is, as we say in the business, one big motherfucker. We've been on a veritable journey today of like discussion topics. Warhammer 40,000, Jesuit sorcery, deep cut conspiracies. Adeptus Mechanicus is pleased indeed. And for whatever reason, the game has just got no music, so I've just been playing like Dawn of War, 1 and 2, Shadow of the Horned Rat, Dark Omen, Warhammer Age of Reckoning music. Oh, and Chaos Gate, the original Chaos Gate. Because it just would have been too quiet otherwise. Yeah, the Thunderhawk was like 2.5 hours into the stream. We're now like 5 hours into the stream. It's just big. I was talking about how the Knight, we cleaned an Imperial Knight just before this one, and I was like, this is the largest, most complex thing I've ever cleaned. The game then proceeded to laugh at me. I haven't shown you the best bit though, Wang. I haven't shown you the best bit. Are you ready for the best bit? Yeah, it's cool. I like it. It makes me happy. Yeah, I am just like cleaning so much space here. Let me just get up on this one. A lot easier to do it from this angle. The good news is because these surfaces are so big, the percentage required to actually full ping them and clean them is a lot nicer about it than the others. We'll need to get on top of it probably, which will mean correctly placing the scaffolding in a fancy spot, but we'll get there when we cross that bridge. Oh dear. Yeah, I got a lot of tracks playing in the background just to keep things going. All right. Let's get on top of my my Mechanicus scaffolding again. For whatever reason, the new design of the ladder, I'm always getting my head stuck on the ladder as I go up. And you can't crawl up it for whatever reason either. It's got a weird invisible field bubble. To pull the thing around and do it on the other side too. What if I could just run and jump onto it? Hold on. Just. The Emperor protects. Cool guy just loathing all the parkour I'm doing. Alright, cool. Well, we've got the entire tail section done now. We just gotta get the wings done. The big wings. The schwings. As you can see by lowering, I've exposed more dirt. So let's get stuck in to more dirt. Yeah, look, it is an optimistic just, but we're making it. We're doing it. We are purging the dirt. We are rendering the immortal foe, which is dirt, into, I guess, mud. we are jettisoning it from our craft, as we would jettison the enemies of the Imperium from our space, from our worlds. This act is emblematic of every war and conflict that the Imperium wages across the known and unknown galaxy. Yes, it may be long. Truly, it is arduous. And it is neither work that anyone would like to do, nor work that is finished quickly. But it is work that is inevitable. At this point, just stick this in an autoclave. I don't know what that means. Damn, what are you doing down there? I am fucking disrespecting the shit out of this dirt. I don't know what it's doing down there, but it's probably not visible unless I lift the wing again. But we'll just sort of we'll run the squiggler out across it. We'll squiggle this bullshit. We will disrespect the fuck out of this dirt, this enemy of the Imperium. We will put it to bed. We will tuck it in. We will kiss it goodnight. We will not read it a story. Yeah, there aren't really words to describe just how filthy this thing was before I got to it. Like I am doing the God Emperor's will this day. Oh my god. I think I'll look. The machine spirit understands I gotta get right in there to get that dirt out. Like fuck that dirt. It don't want that dirt there. It can't lift its wings properly with the dirt in there. It knows. It knows I'm here to save it. I'm here to protect it. I'm here to preserve it. This venerable beast. Just paint over the dirt. Where were you at the beginning of the stream? Where were you 2.5 hours ago when I had a live? When I was going, this will be done by 3 hours. Curse you, Nurgle, my eternal nemesis. And your farts. Curse your farts. Oh god. Yeah, I never got the other side of this wing, did I? Stop for a second to get in there. Blah. Tracks are very nostalgic, though. Okay, there we go. The good news is the wings are the last part. Like, I've already done the underside of the underside of the craft itself. It's just, like, there's, like, an engine I need to, like, find the dirt spot of. But I've just decided I'm going to, like, clean the obvious spots first, and then we'll worry about, like, what I didn't get. Because there's always that finding the one thing you didn't finish cleaning phase to this goddamn thing. It's the power wash cleaning experience. Lower that wing. Alright, let's get in closer. Let's get all the dirt off the las cannon. The lays cannon. I always thought lays were just chips, though. You do, at certain points, just end up being, like, permanently just mashing tab to just always see dirt. I still got a nozzle on? No? Yes. The realistic little nozzle block you get always hurts. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like you press tab at the press tab at the start of any job, and it's just like, oh boy. If it doesn't go free, it hasn't been calibrated. Oh look, the entire attack wing's cleaned now. That's good. Does that mean top and bottom? Yeah. So just got to clean the las cannon and its mount, and then we can work on the other wing, and then we can figure out what we missed. Because we missed some things. I know one of the engine blocks still has a bit of dirt on it, so I'm gonna have to go track that down. But aside from that, I don't know. It's probably loads of dirt. Just hidden away right where I can't see it. Taunting me. Disrespecting me. Calling me names. Power pack's clean, so it's just the las cannon now. Where are you? Where are you, dirt? Where are you? Show yourself. Are you? You are in there. Okay, we got you. Ah. Climb that ladder again. Hold on. It's all around the wrong way. Well, where else is the fucking dirt then? Where did you put it? Where did you put all the rest of the dirt, you little fucker? In there? In under there? Is that where you're hiding it? There's where you're hiding it. Sir is yelling at the last cannon again. Okay. Okay, so this entire wing appears to be done. I was kind of hoping to lift it while I stood on it, but it seems to be not wanting me to do that, which is actually heartbreaking. Alright. Now the other wing, and then the residuals. Yeah, we get paid 250 credits for this. I don't actually have much that I can buy in this game anymore. And rather tragically, the game doesn't let you, like, get the get the Mechanicus outfit to wear in, like, the regular modes, which is a little heartbreaking. And they say I don't think it does that because they didn't let you get the SpongeBob one unlocked if you do the SpongeBob one. I typically wear a bunch of stuff I got from taking part in, like, a weird science study they did with this game. They did it with this university, where basically you would play the game as normal for a certain amount of hours, and the game would just occasionally ask you. It would just be like, so, how do you feel right now? Like, they just, like, send you a little survey every so often when you're, like, cleaning things. And once you're sort of logged in enough time with it, you would, like, get rewards that would transfer over to your main game. And so once I'd finished with that, I was like, well, there's not really a point to keep going on this. Because they're not asking any new questions either, it's just like... I think I'll basically just seeing how long I'd keep going while there was, like, stuff. It's kind of wild. Yeah, like, I honestly did it because I was so curious about it. I was like, what is this? Like, you get, like, custom skins and a custom, like skins for your water cleaner and a custom, like, outfit skin. No, it's just like, I was so curious, I just had to do it. It certainly doesn't help that, it doesn't bother me that I do quite enjoy playing this game, because, you know, that certainly made the decision to do these things a lot easier. We should probably lower this shit down. Okay, now it lets me do it. The attack wing, like I said, is pretty generous, but the mount will need cleaning a lot. Get in underneath it anyway. Yeah, looks like I'll just have to raise the wing again. That was just... Game. Thank you. Okay, so that's actually going to get in the way. So I have to lower it. Oh dear. Alright, so that's the mounting done. Everything over here looks pretty good. Alright, let's keep cleaning the attack wing in the hope that we'll eventually clean enough of it that all of it becomes magically clean, so I don't have to keep, like, craning my neck around. Now, we'll know if we've still got heaps more we need to do if after cleaning the attack wing we don't get, like, the engine block, the las cannon, and the las cannon power pack as our last objectives. If there's anything else, and I think there is actually one other thing as well, because I noticed I was, like, spraying one other thing earlier. Something over there. Yeah, you can sort of see it over there. So it'll probably happen after one of the las cannon pieces if there's any justice in the world, and there isn't. Just gonna... since I'm already over here, I'm just going to spray all this down and then go back to hitting the wing. Sort of. My brain is rotting at this point, so I'm just sort of just like spraying. Spraying, and I'm praying for benediction mostly. There's a lot of benediction seeking right now. It's like, oh Emperor, I am your most humble and clean of servants. On this day, please allow me to see no more dirt on this attack wing. In your magnanimity, please ding. Thank you. Thank you, Emperor. Okay, so once one of these is done, either the last cannon or the power pack, we're in like horrible trouble if it doesn't immediately show us the last 3 things we need to clean. We're in a lot of trouble. Everything is fucked. Everything sucks. Oh my stars and garters. Hosing down Captain Titus? My word. He's Lieutenant Titus now, isn't he? Must keep it together. I must chant the canticles of focused work. Stupid sexy Titus. Doing with my life. Here we go. I'm probably going to need to... you're gonna make me like spray down the las cannon nozzle, huh? So I'm not seeing more dirt, but I'm also not seeing the las cannon clean. So there's obviously a little bit of problem dirt in here. Come here, my steed. I thought so. Alright, so, wow, this is bad, actually. There's a lot more shit we don't have clean than I thought we didn't have clean. Alright. Nose armor belt. Let's go, team. We got some random bullshit to clean. That dinky little thing. Alright, we're gonna need... Yeah, I knew it was in the barrel. Okay. We're getting the triumphant music, so obviously we're, game knows we're almost done. Oh, flight deck canopy also needs clean. Also, okay, so we got that done. Flight deck canopy. Need to get up under there. Apparently the headlight armor is, like, dirty all the way around. Just an entire spot on the edge there, and then... Okay, still so much to do. We have still got the belt. Okay, we got the belt. Now what? Rear armor. I thought I had gotten all the rear armor. Is it one of the lower ones? Oh, down here. I think I can very much, even without the dirt vision, I could very much see the spot I'd missed there. Alright, retro thrusters. Oh, you as well, huh? Yep, I see the problem. Alright. Fuselage armor. Oh, up there. Yeah, I thought that was one of the spots I had missed. Oh, this candle's still lit. The Emperor protects. Heretic. Fuselage armor. There's probably some more around the top of the Blood Angel's sigil. Yeah. Oh, it's as high as I can go. Okay. That's a little surprising. Oh god, it goes all the way around the other side too. Oh, Oh, there it goes. Okay. Still got more to do. The fuselage chapter icons. It's you? And I even see the dirt in the cup. That's sacrilegious. Or sacro-blasphemous. I don't know. Here we go. Super democracy, the Emperor's lie. What's the difference? Unhand me! Underside armor. Okay, I missed somewhere on the booty, did I? Oh, yeah. Of course I missed under here. Because this place fucking sucks! Make sure it's the snubby. Oh, look at that. Fucking rude. It's probably like that on the other side too. Yeah, look at that. All up the undersides. There we go. Alright. Underside vent. Yeah. Okay. There is still a lot left unfinished. Okay. The heavy bolter armor. Which side? Huh. Okay, that's kind of surprises me. I'm pretty sure. I thought I dinged these ones. Oh, I didn't realize I had two different heights of these things. I feel a little silly now. This is torture. This is the judgment of the righteous, scum. Oh, there's heaps of dirt here. I don't know fucking what I'm doing. Just get the. Like, that was an easy one too. I really just let myself down on that one. Alright. The main wing engines. Yeah, so this was the one I expected to be having to come back and fix up. So where you at, buddy? Oh god. Big old Nurgle shite up here. Look at that. Gross. Let me get all that sin. Get all that sin off of you. Wash away the sin. All clean. Time to sin. Oh, there's more sin. Okay. Okay. Main wing aileron wells. Neither of those two. Must be on the other side. Yep. Well, I can get up on the staircase and clean that easy. Okay, still not down to like the last three. Hellstrike missile pylons. Alright. The other wing. Sure, I'm backwards and forwardsing this a lot. Yeah, this one was a pain in the backside because I just kept falling off the fucking thing. Come here. Alright. What else? What else you got for me, huh? The access ramp. What? The front. Oh, I can see like little bits of dirt in there, yeah. I'd have to get up on top of it though, because I'm not really seeing too much of it right now. This is bullshit, Emperor. No one said the Emperor's duty would be easy. Or painless. Oh, there it is. Some of it was. Yeah, just not seeing it here. Oh, there's a little bit. Sort of backed up onto that. Aha! Alright, thank God. The air brakes, huh? Okay, I'm probably going to need to highlight that. I do not know where the air brakes are. Alright, air brakes. I have to look for something that's flashing. Air brakes. Air brakes. That thing, okay. I was like, what the fuck? They don't even look like brakes. Here we go. Okay, the canard wing ailerons. They'll be on the canards. Let's go. There's two of them. Well, there's two wingtips on the canards that I haven't finished, so... We'll see which ones of them flash dirty aside from up here. Okay, maybe it's the other one. Or maybe it's on the other side of the other one. I don't see you, Dirt. Alright, let's check under the ailerons now. Oh, yep, it's this one. And there we go! Oh boy, I hope you guys are ready for this montage. Chant of the Exalted Crusader complete. Post-mortem, full access has been restored to the Thunderhawk gunship. Archmagos, named to classification level X563, has confirmed the viability of the restricted artifact H002.012 and is to be transported to the Forge Temple of his Olympus Mons for further analysis. Strategic Estimare B785 has been overrun with redacted heretical. The withdrawal of recoverable units is complete, and the planet is scheduled for imminent protocol classified Y234289. Intel. Owing to risk of redacted heretical upon your remaining biologica, you will undergo Promethean Protocol Z3454123. Addendum. No higher agency. That your role in the operation was of critical importance indeed. Administratum calculations have estimated your sanctification price increased the probability of success by as much as 0.007%. Praise the Omnissiah. They're setting me on fire! My hands hurt! I spent hours cleaning that and they're setting me on fire. Thank God, praise the Emperor. Alright, well, thanks everyone for joining us. That was... that was me cleaning vehicles and ranting for nearly 6 hours. And I probably will not have a voice tomorrow. So thank you everybody. It has been a joy. And I will, I did try to put out the candles. No! I got done in by my own following chat requests. So yeah. 5 hours, 43 minutes of cleaning. I don't know what I'm doing next week, but you know what? I'm definitely going to do it with the same amount of diligence and care that I put into cleaning that Thunderhawk. So I'm gonna like just wish-wash my way through it, and at the end check a list. So, thank you all. We'll see you next time.